Colleagues, I call to order the, I believe, third plenary meeting of the fifth open-ended CPR. I see the executive director is with us, and of course, next to me, our deputy executive director on my right, and on my left, the very able team of governance affairs, Jorge and Wolf, to whom I all extend a warm welcome and thank them for the hard work, and for, in the case of our ED and DED, for their active engagement in these important deliberations. Colleagues, I have the pleasure to inform you that we have had very good progress in the morning. We have worked since 9 a.m. Nairobi time until 15 minutes ago, and we are very close to reaching an agreement on L3, which is the draft decision on adjournment and resumption of the fifth session of the United Nations Environment Assembly. So we have this afternoon 1.5 hours to come to fruition and agree on the outstanding issues, adopt the report, hear the briefing of the President on his proposal, and hear also some reports from the Secretariat. So we don't have much time. I have been saying that you are tired of hearing me say that, but it's a fact. And we are now reaching the last stretch. So I would like to propose that we engage in the final consultations and negotiations on L3, so that we can agree to that and move to the last part of our meeting, which is to hear the President's briefing, adopt the report, and conclude successfully our meeting. Before I do that, however, I would like to invite the Executive Director to say a few words before I revert back to L3 in plenary form. Thank you all for your participation. I see we have 167 and growing number of participants. Thank you all for joining, and I look forward to having productive 1.5 hour discussions before I will have the pleasure to report, I am sure, on the successful outcome of the OECPR to the joint bureaus at 4 p.m. Nairobi time. Edie, you have the floor. Welcome again.
Well, thank you, Ambassador Fernando and Chair. It's a pleasure to be here again today. I am very mindful that distinguished delegates have worked very hard under your leadership to seek agreement on the last resolution. And I have every faith that everyone will be as flexible as they possibly can as we seek to make what is complex and difficult agreeable to all by meeting in the middle. Because what we are trying to do here today is, of course, historic in proportions. No one knew that we would be hit by this pandemic, and yet here we are. So I want to extend my deep thanks and appreciation to everyone for shifting towards the middle and for finding a way forward so that these three administrative resolutions can indeed be presented to UNEA, and so that we can show that in spite of the difficulties, we managed to get to where we had set our goals, and so that we can be ready and prepared for UNEA 5.2, if I may, where we shall hopefully all meet in person and deal with the deeper matters that are on the agenda. So with that, Chair, let me hand it back over to you, together with my warm appreciation to all and to you for your very able leadership. Thank you.
I thank you very much, Inge, for your remarks and encouragement. So, colleagues, let us then immediately revert back to consideration of L3, adjournment and resumption of the fifth session of the United Nations Environment Assembly. Could our screenwriters kindly put on the screen the draft, and I would kindly ask the support of the Secretariat in helping me with the list of speakers, as I will enlarge my screen now and lose the list. So, yes. We are now back at L3, and I would like to kindly request the screenwriters to scroll down to the first paragraph that we still need to clear. If you could just kindly put it a little bit further. Yes, good. So we are now before us with OP5, which has been agreed at REF, and there is a text, BIS OP5, that we have discussed at length. May I ask that if in the last hour we have been able to sort out our differences and are in a position to agree to moving forward. I understand there is strong views in keeping this and strong views in deleting it. So it is not a question, I believe, of us trying to find a middle ground, as there seems to be quite a large differences in that regard, notwithstanding the many, many hours we've spent on this and days. So the floor is open on this OP5. Is there any suggested language that can help us breach these differences? Has there been any understanding in that regard? The floor is open. As there is no one asking for the floor, can I propose that we delete BIS OP5? EU, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And at the outset, allow me to thank you and all the colleagues in the contact group for their hard work and for all the agreements we have achieved. And I think that was a remarkable feat in view of the fact that we came here virtually against the background that we would not negotiate. And we still have been successful in negotiating a good part of the text. I think that testifies to the stamina and the adaptability of this community, which all comes in support of UNEP discharging its functions and fully exercising its mandate. Mr. Chairman, I think that in the further discussion of this, I think there are several elements that came out very clearly, which is that this process on the follow-up to UNGA Resolution 73/333 is one that we need to come to an end, and we need to be true to the mandate given to us in the Assembly Resolution 73/333. And I think it's very clear that the mandate includes the fact that we need to adopt such a declaration in the context of the commemoration of the 50th anniversary on the United Nations Environment Program. And I think that we have UNEP at 50 who will do that next year. So that is why we wanted to have this clearly in the agenda of our next year's meetings. We do see that there is reticence by colleagues to express that so clearly. So I think that we are still not there, and I think that we have a problem deleting that paragraph at this point in time. I think that we would appreciate a little bit more time. I know we're running out of time, but we need more time to talk between regional groups and to seek a way out in that regard. So to cut a long story short, this, in our view of the EU, can currently not be deleted. Thank you very much.
Thank you, EU, for reiterating your position. However, there is no more time, EU. We have come to the end of this deliberation. Having said that, we are now at the end of the OECPR, but this discussion, as we all have been saying over and over again, is one that will need to be taken up by the General Assembly. So indeed, what we have been hearing across from the other side is that this will be considered in its time by the GA, and that further consultations. Actually, I think there is an understanding on all sides of this virtual room that more time is required, but more time is required for the decision to be taken by the GA. So I would again appeal that we agree to this draft resolution and not pursue this any further, as we are now in plenary. The OECPR is going to conclude its work, and it would be quite unfortunate for the OECPR to have to send to UNEA an open draft resolution on such an important issue, and not show clearly when ministers meet virtually next week that we are indeed united in working towards the adjournment and resumption of the fifth session of the United Nations Environment Assembly. It would really be a pity if for an issue that is for the GA to decide, we still are not ready to just recognize that for many delegations, for actually a large group of delegations from an entire continent, that this is still an issue that requires further discussion in a very, positive manner. So, I think really I appeal for us to be positive, to really try to come to terms and to agree to continue to discuss. South Africa, you have the floor, followed by the US.
Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, please. Thank you, Chair, for your comments that you have just made. And indeed, as the African group, we don't wish to discuss this matter or have it opened when we get to the assembly next week, as we have agreed that we will only meet during this online session to consider administrative, budgetary and procedural matters. So we believe that this is a substantive matter, and we are ready to continue discussions on it. And Chair, I just also, on behalf of the group, wish to briefly indicate that we should not, Chair, take an approach of shaping or deciding on the agenda for UNEPED 50 in bits and pieces like this, because we have said that let us also see how we are as a collective, approaching the outcome of UNEPED 50. So if we are already suddenly deciding on its outcome without allowing for that opportunity, it is very sad indeed. And also to also allow or suggest for us to decide on UNGA 73/333 without allowing again for the consultative process in June, it is again indeed very sad. So we hope really we will be able to find a common approach on this so that we do not decide on the agenda for UNEPED 50 in bits and pieces like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the USA.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I believe that you can hear me now. Can you please confirm?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Having heard the extensive discussions on both sides, and perhaps drawing on the last informal discussion, I wonder if we could not make a very small suggestion to BIS OP5 that would not commit us to doing anything, but would recognize the possibility of adopting the 73-333 declaration. And what I would propose is that we simply add in BIS OP5, it further recommends the consideration, in brackets, the consideration of adoption of such a declaration. And what this would do, Mr. Chair, is provide an opening that this could take place, but as the representative of South Africa just noted, the full agenda for the UNEPED 50 celebration is yet to be determined. But I think I have heard from several members of the Africa group that they are flexible and open to the possibility of this happening. So I hope that would be a minor enough change for you and the rest of the member states to consider, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for your proposal, US of A. Switzerland, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I hope you can hear me as well and see me.
Yes, we can see you and hear you.
Very good. Thanks, Ambassador. Let me just begin with what you have been said before, which is really quite true. I think let us try to be positive here and let us try to find a solution, because as we all know, the other way forward would be simply to delete all the paragraphs on which you cannot get consensus. And I think that would not allow us to conclude here with a positive spirit and a forward-looking spirit. So being positive, that means also listening to each other. And we clearly have listened a lot to the different concerns and wishes and aspirations expressed by the different groups. There's not only one large group, there are different groups. Also, the EU is quite a large group, at least from our perspective. And while, as you well know, we were not convinced that holding a special session would be the right forward in order to have the best possible outcome for celebrating the 50th anniversary of UNEP, for UNEP in Nairobi, for strengthening UNEP in Nairobi and Africa, we are ready to accept to go along these lines if other concerns are taken into consideration as well. We have heard very clearly from the legal advisor that it is a sound way forward to propose to the General Assembly through the UNEA resolution the special session as a landing ground for adopting the outcome on 33.333, which, as you have already agreed in the previous paragraph, should be finalized just during the next UNEA. I agree with South Africa that we should not perhaps look at bits and pieces, but that we really need to look at the whole decision together. And we all know that there's a clear interlinkages between this paragraph here and the paragraph of dealing with a special session. And therefore, I really would like to propose that we look at these two paragraphs together to find a solution together about which we all can be proud, and that we do not have to go the way down, which would not be positive on us outlined at the beginning of my interventions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your intervention, and I do sense that there is a lot of positive approach to come to terms with this difficult issue, and I'm very encouraged by the last two interventions. I hope we can hear some reactions from both sides that have very strong positions in regards to the issue. It seems that Switzerland, you want to add something to what you have just said? Please, Franz, back to you.
Thanks, and for example, we can take the floor. I just want to be very clear about my previous intervention. We believe that we would fully support the proposal made by the EU, because we think that is a meaningful part of the broader package that allows all of us to agree on the process forward. We as Switzerland are not convinced that is the best way forward, but if we know that the focus, the agenda of that special session to celebrate the 50th anniversary has also some substance in it, then we would certainly be much more comfortable to agree on the whole package. Thank you very much. Just to be clear on that point. So we would like to support the EU on that point.
Yes, I indeed thought you were supporting the US. No, I'm sorry, you are still very strong on your position, but I respect it. Let's continue considerations. Canada.
Thank you. We just wanted to indicate that we see the US proposal as potentially a good way forward, and also that we feel it's very important that UNEP at 50 be successful. I think that we all agree on that, and so we hope that we can find a way forward, and perhaps the US proposal is a way to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. Thank you, Canada. So please, the floor is open. We have seen an interesting proposal by the US to which Canada is looking favorably to. Now we have Malawi.
Hello. Thank you, Chair. First of all, my delegation wants to extend its appreciation for the manner that you handled the contact group when we came to consider these issues. We want to appreciate both sides of the story on this matter, and we believe that each side has got merit in the argument that they are making. Having said so, Chair, there's something that we thought we should perhaps bring to the attention of everyone. And this is the fact that there has been a consistent argument that we are doing the right thing procedurally and legally. And that is very true. It is indeed within the ambit of this gathering to recommend to the General Assembly certain things. I think at the end of the day, having listened to the wise counsel of the legal advisor, no one is disputing that. But that I don't think is the issue at hand. The issue at hand is much bigger than that. We need to engage beyond that. We need to engage on things to do with process. We need to engage on things to do with policy. We need to engage with things to do with history and what are the current issues. It would not help us, Chair, and this is Malawi's strong view, that we keep on going back to the issue of saying, well, we are doing the right thing procedurally, we are doing the right thing legally. I don't think anyone has an argument against that. But perhaps we need to engage at another level, at another plane, where we can sit down and try to understand each other. I think the whole reason why we from Malawi and we from Africa are saying certain things is because there are other things that we are looking at beyond today. We have been saying these points, Chair, over and over again, but I think and I believe they have not been given the kind of attention and response that it deserves. It is one thing, Chair, to say that we need to reach a conclusion to this long-standing issue. Well, that is a strong opinion of one side of the story. But what about the other side of the story? That also feels that there are other things that needs to be done first before we can even decide that. So our view is that we need to come to a middle ground. We need to come to a compromise. Let us not use legalese to advance things where we think or we believe that there can be a better way of achieving them. I thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished delegation of Malawi for the statement. And is there any delegation requesting for the floor? EU. I want to move forward. Please, can we agree to, is it possible to consider the compromise that was put forward by the USA? EU, please.
Mr. Chairman, I think that the last couple of exchanges were helpful in that it shows that probably what we're looking at is an enabling provision that makes it possible to approve the declaration at the special session, depending on the progress in our work in the latter part of the year. And I think that's what the US is actually trying to do. I'm just trying to interpret that. And I'm wondering, because I didn't hear that from Malawi right now, whether that is an option to go forward in that direction. I think that the language by the US probably needs some further explanation or some further specification in that regard. So just to indicate that if there is interest from other partners to look at creating such an enabling paragraph in this text, that the EU and its member states would certainly be part of that consideration. But I think it's really expressing clearly the possibility that the declaration could be adopted at the special session, and to invite the General Assembly to approve this possibility, which actually makes it possible for us in the further conduct of our work to keep that in mind, and enables the presidency of the special session, depending on further progress on what we're doing, to include that in the agenda as we go along. So readiness to engage on this one. Not sure with that language we're completely there. Thank you.
Switzerland. Yes, it would be of great value if we now start really trying to find some common language, because the time to hold back is past. Switzerland, followed by South Africa.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And you are entirely right. And as indicated before, we think we cannot, also by Malawi, cannot take, by South Africa, sorry, we cannot take a bit and a pieces approach. So building on what just has by Malawi, by the US, and by the EU, that might be a way forward to create an enabling environment where the further details then can be resolved later. Our preference would be to solve it now, to agree now. Let's be very direct, to agree now that the special session will last 2 days, but will adopt the 73-33 outcome, 73-33 outcome. That is our preference, because then we know where we are. If we cannot do that, if we need to further consider the issue, then that needs an enabling approach. And that would build upon the two elements on the one side in paragraph 5, only outlining that we still consider whether this issue will be dealt with and adopted at the special session, and in parallel, complementary, to say we welcome a special session which could last between 1 and 2 days. Because let's be frank now, it's the moment now to be frank and to find solutions and not to hide behind many different arguments that are brilliantly put forward. There is a link in between there. And this link has been strongly explained. And if you want the solution, then we can find that solution only by addressing that link as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Switzerland. Let's move now to UK, followed by South Africa. It is 3 p.m. We have 50 minutes, 55 minutes to go. We really need to find common ground. Please be brief and hopefully provide us with alternative language for us to come to terms with this. Please, UK, followed by South Africa.
United Kingdom, kindly unmute your microphone.
Thank you, Chair. In the spirit of trying to put something on the table that we hope will be helpful, in an attempt to find a compromise, the UK would like to make a suggestion regarding some enabling text. We appreciate this may still need some work, and we are welcome to consultations further with other countries on this. The challenge seems to be a perceived prejudging of sort of UNEP at 50 celebrations on the one hand, and a strong inclination on the other side to achieve some clarity about the landing zone for Resolution 73333. Perhaps some text would allow us to finalise this and enable us both to fulfil our mandate and not prejudge where it will be adopted specifically. So I do have a suggestion of some text, if I may, Chair, to put something on the table for others to consider here. It would be a compromise BIS OP5, which would read, it further recommends finalising the text of the political declaration during the second meeting of the 5th session of UNEA, so that it may be adopted at a special session / high-level event of the United Nations Environment Assembly, such as UNEP at 50. We hope that this text gives some balance and introduces something for everybody here in our efforts to move forwards on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you for your constructive proposal, which hopefully addresses the enabling environment that we just heard was important for the European Union. Please, can I have reactions to this proposal? South Africa.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. And we wish to thank all the delegations that have made comments, including this one that I've just seen now. I'm still trying to figure it out. But of course, we are still engaging. Chair, I want to first raise the issue of the special session. And I believe that I must raise it so that we are very clear on our position. We keep hearing that delegations we're not ready to accept a special session. Yet, we want to use the very special session to adopt a political declaration. This is confusing for us because OP9, I know we are not there, but I wish to bring it because it keeps being linked to this proposal. OP9 is based on UNEA 4, Decision 2 of UNEA 4, wherein we already decided that we will commemorate. And OP9 is responding to this decision, as we have agreed that when we decided to have UNEA 5 in 2 parts, that this UNEA 5 will be linked to the commemoration. So OP9 is doing exactly just that. But now OP5 bis, and we appreciate and the comments that have been made by the US in trying to move us forward. But we are saying as the group, we cannot decide here that we will be adopting a political declaration at UNEP 50. This is not a matter that we can decide here. We are not saying there is no merit at all on this. There is, we can explore them, and we can also explore other ways of reaching to this idea. We have had our delegation, a colleague from Morocco, asking for a legal opinion on where else can this recommendation take place, so that if maybe we have that information, it will be able to guide us. But our position, Chair, is not to have a political declaration adopted at UNEP 50 at this stage. We cannot decide now, but we can decide that based on the discussions that we are going to have during the intersessional period. We have seen this enabling proposal as well from the UK, where it talks about finalizing the text, but we are going to of course look at all these proposals. But if OP5 bis at this stage cannot be acceptable. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I ask the EU if we can build on the compromise proposed by the UK and delete bis OP5?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was actually rather thinking of building upon the proposal from the US, because I didn't hear any indication from South Africa and others that the additional proposal made by the UK was actually a way forward, or I may have gotten it wrongly. So if you allow, I can try to work on the US text to also respond to the South African group concern that we should not decide to do something right now, but actually to further clarify that the intent of the US proposal, as we understand it, was to enable but not to decide. So I think from our perspective, maybe to build further on the US proposal is to say it further recommends that the United Nations Environment Assembly, comma, as it deems appropriate, comma, shall have the authority to adopt the political declaration as one of the outcomes of the special session, and then to go forward like of the special session. Actually, we can just continue with the language that is there. The special session of the United Nations Environmental Assembly to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the United Nations Environment Programme. And then I think since we have another, sorry, we have another paragraph that will actually establish the timing of that one. So I would remove the reference to be held on 3rd March 2022. And invites. So what this now does, and I think that was the spirit of the US proposal, that now says, if in preparation of the special session, it is deemed appropriate to include the adoption of the political declaration as one of the outcomes, the General Assembly will, in the course of this year, say that this is possible. Now, if in the preparation of the special session we come to the realization that is not feasible, then the special session, or indeed UNEA 5.2, will make other proposals and other arrangements. So I think that leaves the full margin of maneuver for the presidency of the special session to consider whether the state of play makes it appropriate to include the adoption of the political declaration as one of the outcomes of the special session. I think that is going very far in the direction of the African group's concern. But I've heard really what they were saying, like a priori, and I think that's what I understood, they have nothing against the possibility of adopting it there. They just don't want to decide it now. And I think we hear the message. We just want, and hear our part of the story, we just want this to be a possibility. And we want the General Assembly to actually approve this possibility. And then we are free to prepare a UNEA 5.2 and the special session accordingly. And I hope that that would be taken in a spirit of cooperation and flexibility from all sides. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, EU. Let's hear some reactions to this proposal. I have Malawi followed by Morocco.
Thank you, Chair. I hope you can hear me, for giving me this opportunity to speak again. We appreciate the intention by the EU to try to move forward, but our immediate and preliminary reaction as Malawi is that we don't feel comfortable with the language that has been put there. If anything, if we were even to give a consideration, we would have preferred the proposal by the USA. I think in such a setting as this one, we would rather avoid certain words and certain inclinations. And you also want to believe, when you look at this, that it doesn't change much from what was previously there. It's rather, it's like fortifying the previous position. Because previously, before the US considered a proposal, we were being told that this is like, it's a fait accompli. Now, in as much as the word has been put as one of the outcomes, has been put there, but the combination with shall have the authority and all those things for us does not sit well. So if we were to even give it as a concern, as Malawi, and I don't want to speak on behalf of everyone else, for us, the proposal by the US would have looked better to work on in the way that it was. I thank you, Chair. So we don't agree with that. We would rather propose a deletion.
Thank you, Malawi. We have Morocco next.
Morocco, kindly open your microphone.
Okay, so we seem to be stuck here. I want to USA, wonderful. Let's see if you have another good idea, USA, to help us move forward. Otherwise, I'll try myself to help the process forward. But USA, we count on your very able talents in negotiations. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have completely lost your audio, but I believe that my audio is coming through. I just want to thank you, Madam Executive Director. I just want to come back to a couple of points that since these two paragraphs are interlinked, a point that the United States has made and a number of other delegations have made is that the justification for a two-day meeting does require some substantive component. And I think the message I've heard pretty clearly is that a number of WEOG countries perceive 73,333 as one of the substantive components that would be included in that meeting. You know, at the risk of sounding a little bit controversial, I think when we talk about the planning for UNEP at 50, we need to consider that this is an event by all member states for all member states. And I think what WEOG is expressing is that element is important to us. And while, of course, we recognize that many other delegations would like to reserve on what elements of UNEP at 50 are important to them and should be included, I don't see a problem in us proactively sending a signal that 73,333 should be one of the components for a two-day meeting. So if I revert back to our US position, as we said in the informals, we do not see the justification for a two-day meeting unless there is some sort of suggestion that 73,333 will be part of that. So I just wanted to sort of reiterate that point and make sure that everyone is thinking that all member states should be contributing substantively to the eventual program for UNEP at 50. Thank you very much.
Very well. Let me see if we can explore something different here. We have of course, the UK compromise, which is very good. I will just put on the table something which I don't know if it would fly, but we are short of time. Let's see if something along the following lines would work. Recommends the CPR through the informal consultations under 73/333 to further consider adoption of a declaration at a special session to commemorate the 50th anniversary of UNEP, and invites the General Assembly to consider the result of such consultations. This goes in the direction of providing the enabling environment that the EU refer to and at the same time recognize the consistent position by the African group that this issue requires further consideration, and also the fact that we have agreed collectively that these consultations should be held in the context of the process that is being conducted under the able leadership of the permanent representatives of Estonia and of Pakistan. I don't know if this is something that both sides of the AO would find a way forward. I just put them out as an effort, having heard for long hours the different arguments. So let's continue. Morocco followed by the EU.
Thank you, Chair. Am I audible this time?
Your mic is very low.
All right. I hope I'm audible this time.
No, Morocco. We still hear you, barely hear you. Can you try and work with the volume of your microphone?
Yes, I will try to. This is also like a part.
It seems we've lost you. We've lost Morocco. So let's hear the EU and then try to reconnect with Morocco. EU.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your untiring efforts to move us along. I thought that it was interesting and encouraging to hear the reactions to my proposal, which actually were a reaction back to the US proposal. So I think we're really onto something with that proposal. So I think probably I'll withdraw my proposal and ask the Secretary to bring the US proposal back on. I think that really is something that seems to strike the right tone. And probably to say, well, we're running out of time, so I think we need to put the packages on the table. So let's put it, you know, I'm not a used car salesman, but I would like the offer on the table that is there. I think if the US proposal flies, quite probably we can agree to settle on OP9 for a 2-day unit at 50, together with the agreement on the OP6 that is still open. So that is something that I can see as a way forward. Your proposal, unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, is not something that the EU and member states see as a possible way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, EU. So could the screenwriters bring back the original BIS OP5 proposed by the EU with the US amendment? Yes, so we have, it further recommends the consideration of the adoption of such a political declaration. I believe that is what the US proposed, if my notes are not. Can I ask the US to just briefly acquiesce if this is the proposal and if they have anything to add or comment on their proposal before I again ask for comments and maybe try to find a way out based on this amendment. US, briefly. Could you raise your hand and the Secretariat give the floor to the US of A?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that looks correct to me. Sorry, I had trouble with Interprefy, and I've just gotten back on that, but that looks correct to me. Thank you.
Thank you, US. So we have a proposal by the European Union to look favorably at the amendment of the US to their original BIS OP5. Could I hear comments? We would naturally drop the UK compromise and the compromise 2. I have South Africa. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. Yes, thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. Chair, we just wish to, we had raised a question and it was initially raised by Morocco about on where else can this recommendation serve, because we just want to understand how far we can take this. We like suggestions that refer to what we have been saying, that we are ready to discuss this to discuss this recommendation during the CPR. So can we get a response on where else can this recommendation serve, so that we can have our options before us, seeing that there is insistence that we consider this matter right now. So if we are going to consider it right now, can we at least all understand it? Thank you very much, Chair.
Yes, can I perhaps call again on the legal advisor to respond to the question by the South African delegation?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the question is where else can this be, the question of 73/333 and recommendations for modalities of adoption be considered. Mr. Chairman, there is a formal way of reporting pursuant to which the United Nations Environment Assembly, as a subsidiary body of the General Assembly, reports back to its principal organ. And that is that the Environment Assembly reports through ECOSOC back to the United Nations Environment Assembly. In terms of how it reports, there is, of course, the report of each session of the United Nations Environment Assembly. I will, for example, refer to operative paragraph 1 of General Assembly Resolution 74/222, which is entitled Report of the United Nations Environment Assembly of the United Nations Environment Programme, and says, welcomes the holding of the 4th session of UNEA in 15 March 2019, also welcomes the report on the session and the resolutions and decisions contained therein. And then in operative paragraph 2 of that resolution refers to the ministerial declaration. So in terms of the Environment Assembly actually taking action, the United Nations Environment Assembly takes action in accordance with its rules of procedure, specifically Section 7 of those rules of procedure, and it takes action in the form of resolutions and decisions, which includes the ministerial declaration that are then reported on to the United Nations General Assembly, and then it is the United Nations General Assembly that acts in terms of a resolution. The most recent resolution would be General Assembly Resolution 74/222. Mr. Chairman, I just want to say make one other point, that of course in our deliberations today, we have discussed the possibility of the Environment Assembly, by way of a decision, which is what we are discussing here, taking action and making a recommendation on modalities for the adoption of the political declaration. However, and I think I state the obvious, it could also be for the General Assembly, under whose auspices this process of 73/333 continues to operate. It could also be for the General Assembly to take that decision itself without a recommendation from the Environment Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. With those clarifications in mind, and I thank the legal advisor for his comprehensive response to the question put by the South African delegation, may I ask whether the BIS OP5 as amended by the US is acceptable as a way forward, in the understanding that we would clear the other paragraphs in the manner that the EU just commented. So the floor is open. I see Morocco. I hope we can give you the floor, Morocco. Morocco, you have the floor. Yeah, we are having a hard time giving you the floor, Morocco. Can I also invite delegations to turn on their cameras when they are given the floor? That helps the interpreters. Colleagues, we are running out of time. Please, you've heard me say that over and over. We really need to find a common way out. Are there any objections to BIS OP5 as amended by the US? If not, we've heard clarification. The African group again wishes to speak through the delegation of South Africa, to whom I give the floor.
Thank you, Chair, to the legal advisor for this comprehensive response on other options that are available to us to take this matter forward without necessarily deciding on it here. So, Chair, we will just to also move the discussion forward, because there are other paragraphs that are still open. Just leave this question that can we then, once we have adopted what we have agreed on, which is OP5, can't we use that paragraph to get the General Assembly to react? Because in that paragraph, we are telling UNGA 73/333 or the General Assembly that we are going to finalize this matter at the resumed session. And then the discussions on whether, while finalizing this, then we get to adopt a declaration, and where we adopt it, those discussions will continue during the intersessional period. So can't we get the General Assembly to react based only on this OP5 to react in a manner that the EU is proposing here. So I think what we have been exposed to here is other avenues to reach this decision without doing it hurriedly. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you for your constructive proposal. So we would be linking these two. That seems a very interesting avenue. Does the EU have any language that would respond to the offer by the African group and at the same time respond to your concerns? Please, EU.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I understand the representative of the African group correctly, she proposes to merge OP5 and OP5 bis. And I think we would be amenable to that, to continue that one by using the language that has been put forward by the US, and perhaps to say, to prepare for a high-level meeting, and invites the General Assembly to consider the possibility of adoption of such a declaration, and then moving on until the text 50th anniversary of the United Nations Environment Programme, full stop. So just to be clear again. So take the language of OP5, right? Continue in the third line after meeting, and to say, and at the end of that one, and invites the General Assembly to consider and then continue on in bis OP5, the possibility of, and then just take the text of OP5 bis as of adoption, no, in the first line, until environment program in the third line. And move that up and say possibility of adoption, yeah. Which means that by the time the General Assembly will take up the report from the first session of UNEA 5, there will be a possibility to reflect on the possibility of the General Assembly recommending this based on further information that we have had. I'm not sure I have correctly understood the intention of the proposal by our colleagues from the African group, but I think that could actually work for us. But having said that,
EU.
I will have to go back to my group, obviously, to see if
that they do. They do.
And I'm not even sure. I don't even feel comfortable in this flat anymore. I don't want to be like Mom.
Okay. We had some interference there. I would like to give the floor to South Africa. I think we are getting there. I hope. Please, South Africa. Is this something that your group can accept?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think this is a very a humorous example of why we should not negotiate online. That is not what I said on behalf of the African group. I did not suggest that OP5 be matched with OP5bis because the position of the group is that we agree on OP5 and that we would ask for a deletion on OP5bis. But we are continuing with the discussions to have this matter discussed during the CPR. So our position, as it is reflected, is to delete OP5bis and keep OP5, not to merge these two. The question I was asking, Chair, is can't we not use the OP5 as agreed at REF to get New York to react on this issue and recommend for UNEA to conclude this political declaration when they conclude their matter is given to them by UNGA 73/33. I am glad though that in us saying this, it has inspired some movement on that paragraph. However, we do not wish to merge these two, but our question was based on as it stands, can it not be used? So that those who feel that we need to decide right now on the political declaration can then ensure that when UNGA receives the report of UNEA, that paragraph recommending for a political declaration is ready to be inserted with the spirit of what we have agreed upon at REF in OP5. That is the suggestion that I was going for, but certainly not to merge because we have asked for a division on OP5bis. Thank you.
Very well. So can we just not lose this language that has just been brought to by the EU? Just put the addref there. No, addref is after high-level meeting. Yes. And now see if we can use this language as a basis for a new, just put this invites, blah, 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 as another possible compromise. EU, you wish to speak? Take the "and" there, please, out. The African Union is not ready to merge OP5. We have agreed on OP5, so I really hesitate to work on any opening of OP5 as we are just trying to... I'm sorry, that "and" is not there. Remove that. Thank you. Yes. Now, back to the EU. Can you try another angle, please?
Mr. Chairman, the US, the UK, ourselves, Switzerland, we have tried numerous angles of exploring flexibility to be confronted with a flat-out refusal by the African group, others to consider anything else than OP5. I have to say I'm at the end of my wits with regard to that. I thought that at this point in time, it was clear that we're looking at a package of 3 open OPs and that we are in need of some show of flexibility from our partners on this one, which unfortunately we're not seeing. I understand now that the US proposal is also not acceptable to the African group. Now, Chair, if my feeble attempts to work on something is not good enough, I'm happy to go back to the old BIS OP5 as amended by the US, because that's what we are certainly comfortable with. And we just leave it at that. And we wait for the further reactions by the African group and other partners as we go along and as we finalize the text of OP6 and OP9. I think that I've now said it several times. These are linked paragraphs. We get the solution to all of them, and it need especially the solution to OP5 and OP9 is inextricably linked. Thank you.
Very well. So let's then move to OP9, see if we can find an agreement on OP9. As we seem to be facing an impasse, maybe the option would be simply to delete both, since we cannot come to terms with it at this juncture. I would like to now open the floor on OP9. There is an option there, which is there was an effort to try and find compromise in conjunction with the resumed session of UNEA 5 for 2 days. That did not seem to be gathering delegations around an agreement. So could I ask if we could just revert back to OP9 that would read, decides to convene a special session of UNEA to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the establishment of UNEP, to be held on 4 and 5 March under the leadership of the Presidency and Bureau of the 6th. Yes, and here we would delete the references to financial resources for the reasons that were explained by the Secretariat, as this will obviously need to go through the 5th committee. So whatever comes out of this will necessarily have to be approved by the GA one way or the other. So I hope we can, taking into account that we have already a mandate that was given to have these commemorations that is contained in decision 4/2. So I see the EU, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In a logical follow-up to our discussion on OP5 now, I think that one option would be, and I offer this as a compromise, we drop 5 bis and we actually have a one-day meeting of the special session of the Environment Assembly to commemorate at 50. That way, I think we are true to what we have said all along, and we leave it up to the General Assembly in New York to decide where the declaration would be adopted. Maybe this all reverts back to a process under UNGA auspices, and this high-level meeting and at the will happen elsewhere, because clearly there's a willingness by some members of the CPR to refuse the clear mandate of 73-333, which actually talks about a political declaration in the context of the commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the establishment of UNEP. So I think that's something that we would be willing to entertain. So as I say, OP5 bis is deleted according to the wishes of the African group, and we have a one-day meeting of UNEP at 50. I mean, that's an option. I'm not saying it's an option we would sort of find very satisfactory, but it actually means a very focused, still very impactful special session on UNEP at 50, and we will all be fully engaged in making this an impactful event. And I think that then sits well within the time frame for UNEA 5.2 and the special event that was decided previously. I think that's one option to go forward. I'm not sure whether colleagues are willing to entertain that, but I think I put that on the table as one option. The other option is we have a variant of 5 bis, maybe on the basis of the US proposal, in which case, at least I think I can clearly say that the EU and its member states could live with the text that you just put on the table with a special session being held on 4th and 5th March 2022 in Nairobi. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would like to hear comments on this proposal. Before we do so, nevertheless, since you have just said that you were considering a variant of the US proposal, it would be useful for delegations to consider the options to hear what is your variant so that we can quickly wrap this up. Of course, we still have the option of deleting both since they are so problematic. Yes, please, EU, share with us your variant.
The variant was there and was rejected. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, understood. So we have Switzerland.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. And let me also share that, on the one side, the disappointment that the EU has just expressed, that all our efforts to find a good outcome, or at least an acceptable outcome for us, seem not to meet the same willingness for looking for an outcome that can be supported by everybody. I still think, however, that it's worth to remain positive. Your proposal, Mr. Chair, to delete the paragraphs on which we can not achieve agreement would, according to our understand, include 5 Bs and the whole OP9, because we do not have agreement on OP9 at all, also not on the first part. That would be, of course, the way forward, but as indicated before, we do not believe that this is a positive way forward, which we should focus on. Another way, of course, would also be, as I've indicated very clearly about 2 hours ago, that we close now at 2 o'clock and hand it over to the UNEA to solve the issue. I think we are so close of a positive outcome that it would be a pity to do so. And therefore, we would like to build on the compromise just explained by the EU, not to delete the 5 Bs, and here just to go for a one-day special session, but do that in a positive spirit. As the distinguished delegate from the US said, just let us now sit and try to work towards a very impactful, very powerful one-day special session to celebrate the 50th anniversary. We would have been more than happy to also include other elements into such a special session. But if that is not possible, then let's really try to be positive. Let's try to focus on what we can do together, and let's celebrate UNEP in a manner that is worth for UNEP, for the headquarters in Nairobi, and for all the important work that UNEP has been delivering and will continue to deliver. Thank you very much.
Okay, I want to hear next speakers, but I would like to also make another effort. We would delete the European amendment for OP 6 bis, and in this paragraph, if you could scroll down again, scroll down, please. So please, write down, we were discussing the last OP. Yes, here, instead of to be held on 4th of March, we would say to be held in March in Nairobi, etc. So we would not say it's 1 day or 2 days. We would leave it for further decision, a decision that I don't know if legally could be taken by the GA. I don't know if that is possible. Let me look at to say to be held in March in Nairobi and not, no, it's not possible. I hear my legal advisors saying no, so I withdraw this this compromise. So yes, so we have before us the EU indicating that they would be willing to withdraw their amended new paragraph and accept OP9, in which we would agree to having the commemorations in a one-day special session under the leadership and presidency of the UNEA 6. I see South Africa. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. Chair, on OP9, of course, we welcome the convening of the special session for 2 days, and we thought that we were, in a way, coming together on the issue of 2 days, but of course, we understand that conditionalities were placed on these 2 days. So for our group, we still wish to see that this special session convenes for 2 days. We have already indicated our flexibility to have it in March back to back, despite, Chair, our initial dream or goal to a proposal to have this special session take place in June. So based on the spirit of compromise leading to this day, we have accepted that it can be convened as a special session for at least 2 days. I also don't understand how the discussions on OP5 bis can lead to us reducing the number of days for the special session, because we have in several occasions said that the agenda for UNEPED 50 is not agreed, and we are going to discuss during the intersessional period to agree on this agenda. So whether after we had discussed and agreed, and then we decide to have this for 1 day, so be it. Whether we agree to have it for 2 days, so be it. But for the purposes of planning and for this decision, we would like to maintain that it should at least happen for 2 days, should convene for 2 days. Thank you, Chair.
So just for me to understand, you insist that we remain with the 2-day special session as we can read now in OP9. Is that correct, South Africa? Or are you proposing any way forward?
Okay. Chair, my screen is very small now, but I don't see the 2 days. I only see 4 and 5 March. And originally we had that language of 2 days there, but I don't see it now. So can we please return it? And also, Chair, just also to guide us on what is the status now of the latter part of this paragraph on the issues of resources, because we had during the informal consultations many delegations saying that we should not refer to the issues of resources, and others saying that if we then do refer to the issue of the resources, then we will revert to agreed language of UNEA for decision 2. Thank you.
Thank you, South Africa. Can we scroll up a little bit and see if we can try a last effort? So may I ask whether we could live with it further recommends the consideration by the General Assembly of the adoption of such, it would just change slightly the consideration by the General Assembly of the adoption of such a declaration as one of the outcomes of the special session to commemorate the 50th anniversary, and we would end at UNEP. Would that work for delegations? Malawi, USA, EU. Quickly.
Chair, can we pass because of certain developments? We'll reserve our comment for now.
Okay, just for everybody to understand, it would mean taking this language that is in bold, further recommends the consideration by the GA of the adoption of such a declaration as one of the outcomes of the special session of UNEA to commemorate the 50th anniversary of UNEP, together with a 2-day special session at the end, and that compromise language, which I think doesn't belong to this package, but we would close this now. Is this something that is something feasible? I have, in which order?
It's that order,
USA, EU, South Africa.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for all of your efforts to move forward. Before your proposal, I was going to share the reluctant and disappointed message that you and the EU and the Swiss have conveyed, that basically we've made next to no progress on these issues despite working on them for many hours. And I think I would just like to reiterate the position that the U.S. has made quite clear for many CPR meetings that we do not support a 2-day special session for UNEP at 50. We've made that point quite clear for many months. We were willing to be flexible to add a second day on the condition that 73,333 be part of the agenda, and we have not really heard any flexibility in that regard. And so if that continues to be the case, the United States will continue to maintain its position and support for a single-day meeting. That being said, with your proposal, I think it does address our interest and does give that nod towards having the declaration be adopted. So we would look favorably upon your chair proposal and look forward to other comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your positive reaction. Let's see if the EU and the African group are amenable to this compromise that would close the loop. Yes, EU.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. If you allow, I would like to come after South Africa. Thank you.
Okay, South Africa. I hope you're not going to say the same as the EU.
I was certainly tempted, Chair, but I won't. Chair, based on, of course, we have spent a lot of time on this, and we keep going to OP9, OP5. I'm not sure when we are going to go to OP6 because it is also open. But on this language, Chair, I just want to indicate that for us as the African group, the idea of saying in this decision that we are going to adopt a political declaration was the main problem. So, Chair, on the recommendation, compromise 2, the one at the bottom, we see more merit there on that proposal, recommends the CPR through the informal consultation. Just, Chair, as we had indicated that, of course, we remain open and committed to discussing through the intersessional period. We would like to change this recommendation, this Chair's text, this one that says compromise 2, a bit so that we are also comfortable with it. And of course, as the main concern, we don't start setting the agenda for UNEP 50. So in this regard, then it would read, recommends the CPR through the informal consultations on 73/333 to further consider an appropriate platform or to identify an appropriate platform to consider, so that you don't use consider twice, to identify an appropriate platform to consider adoption of a, and then it continues in that way. Chair, by this compromise, we feel that we are not deciding on anything that is not ready, which is this political declaration. 2, we are not setting the agenda for UNEP 50. And then on the issue of OP9 special session, 2 days, 1 day, we just have had colleagues, and maybe as a compromise there, we can say a minimum of 2 days without identifying whether it's 1 day or 2 days. Based on our discussions during the CPR consultations, then we will be able to determine whether it's a day or 2 once we have set the agenda and have agreed on it. I hope, Chair, this will be taken in a positive spirit to move the process forward, and of course a positive spirit as we also engage in the other open paragraphs. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I would suspect that you are referring to a maximum of 2 days and not a minimum of 2 days, because if it's a minimum of 2 days, then let's scroll down.
Maximum.
Yes, South Africa. I did not capture well your proposal on OP5, because if you say to be held for a minimum of 2 days, then the option of 1 day is not there. So it would be for a maximum of 2 days, if my understanding is correct from what you have just said. Now, in regards to the outstanding paragraph that we are not discussing, I believe there is a compromise that is there already, and I understand that this is still valid. And we had just heard Malawi requesting for time, but hopefully we can gavel on that one as well, as it has been widely discussed, including by delegations from your group. So before I move forward, can I just clarify, South Africa, what you said just now on the issue of 2 days on OP9? South Africa.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies for my figure of speech. I was indeed referring to a maximum of 2 days. So with this, we believe that as we continue discussions, then we can be able to determine the number of days then. And then, Chair, on OP5, based on the Chair's text, then we will request the deletion of the other paragraphs so that we work on this compromised paragraph on OP5. Thank you.
Okay, can I hear reactions on the recent statement by South Africa, EU, followed by Switzerland?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The great advantage of virtual negotiations is that apart from you and some colleagues, we're all comfortably at home and have all the sustenance and all the comfort that we need in that regard. So I think that that is a good part that we are discovering now. Can we go back to OP5? On screen, thank you. I think that I want to build on the proposal by the African group and suggest to merge OP5 that is listed as agreed as ref by adding to it at the end and invite the UNGA to consider. And I think we just take the first part, the OP5 bis, adoption until environment program, just move it there. And then continue on, taking into account the result of the further consultations on the follow-up to UNGA resolution 73/333. I think I do agree with African group that the further work that will be done in Nairobi should be taken into account. But still, I think that we need to link it to the agenda that was set by 73/333, which clearly puts the adoption of the political declaration in the context of the commemoration of the 50th anniversary of UNEP. So, but I think I recognize that we need to give a signal that what is going to happen in Nairobi over the next couple of months should be taken into account. Now, moving back to OP9. In the second line after program, we say, sorry, after to be held, I'm sorry. In conjunction with the resumed session of the 5th UNEA And then I think we can agree the proposal by Africa for a maximum of 2 days in March 2022 in Nairobi. And we remove the reference to 4 and 5 March. 4 and 5, sorry.
Thank you very much, EU. Please, screenwriters, also clean that bracketed text at the end so we can work with what has been consistently being discussing. This is, of course, would make us conclude our deliberations. We would take the most recent proposal by the EU and this revised OP9 together with the compromise on the issue of the bureaus. Is that acceptable? Really, colleagues, we have to move. Switzerland, very briefly, please. Yes or no?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and we understand that we have to move, and therefore, without going to all the arguments why the other compromise outlined by South Africa would not work, they just say, yes, we could live with that proposal as just formulated by the EU. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your flexibility, Switzerland. Malawi, can you live with this compromise on both OPs together with the compromise that you participated in the Bureau paragraph? Please. Malawi, please.
Thank you for your insistence to move forward. I just want to go back to the proposal that was made by the Africa Group. If you can allow me on all, the compromise 2 under 5. Kindly, thank you. Either I'm very tired, but I think there's something doesn't read well, because if it says recommends the CPR through the informal consultations on whatever to identify an appropriate platform to consider adoption of a declaration, then now we cannot talk about a special session because we are saying identify appropriate platform. So the idea there is to leave the options open. So those two cannot be in the same sentence. I can't think of the right way of wording it, but it doesn't make sense. If we are talking of, our view is that we should identify an appropriate platform. So we are not talking of a special session to commemorate 50th, or it must be reworked. There's something that doesn't seem proper there. That's what I wanted to say, Chair.
Thank you. But what we are now considering, this compromise does not seem to meet the agreement of a number of delegations, notwithstanding the efforts made by the African group to amend it. So what I would like to ask if it is possible for you to live with the most recent suggestion by the EU to amend the original OP5. Could you bring it on the screen, which would say, decides that the United Nations Environment Assembly at its resumed fifth session finalize implementation of the mandate entrusted by the GA 73/333. So here we are saying very clearly that UNEA must finalize the implementation of the mandate entrusted by 73/333 and solve the issue that is before us, which is clearly that we received a mandate by the GA to do this, and we've had to have this UNEA in the format that we know we are having. So it would add and would continue as proposed by the EU, invites UNGA to consider adoption of such a declaration as one of the outcomes of the special session of UNEA to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the United Nations Environment Programme, taking into account the result of further consultation on the follow-up to UNGA Resolution 73/333. So what it's basically trying to capture here, and I thank the EU for that, is the concept that the African group has been consistently saying, is that these consultations have to proceed in the manner that we agreed to in the informal consultations that are being co-facilitated by Estonia and Pakistan, and that UNGA should take these into account as recommended by the African group, and inviting UNGA to consider the adoption of this declaration. So I hope this is something that everyone can live with. We have really worked a lot, and this would, of course, mean that delegations would be ready to go with a 2-day special session on the commemoration of the 50th anniversary, and we would also conclude, as we have seemed to already have an understanding on the third outstanding paragraph. Can I appeal to delegations to consider favorably this last proposal made by the EU in spirit of compromise? Can I ask for quickly comments? We have to conclude. Delegates, please. USA, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, yeah, just to quickly confirm that we can live with the latest proposal by the European Union. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, US. Egypt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if I'm audible. Can you please confirm if you can hear me?
We hear you fine.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I know that we've already exhausted this in terms of discussion, but can I just bring this on the table based on one of the previous proposals of I believe the US to amend the original 5 bis, I believe. And I can quote what the language is. It further considers if the screenwriters can just type this as a separate para. It further considers the possibility of adopting such declaration at a special session of the United Nations Environment Assembly to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the United Nations Environment Programme, comma, to be held in March 2022, comma, or at another high-level meeting in 2022. Mr. Chair, I believe that this, does not sort of block us into any one particular option. It leaves it sufficiently open while also giving the space and the direction, as our colleagues from the European Union have proposed, to signal that this might be a valid option among others, so that we are not locking ourselves in or preempting the considerations and the discussions in the context of the CPR. So I hope that this may be a constructive proposal that may help to serve to move us forward in these deliberations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank Egypt for this. EU.
I think that with what the Egypt just proposed, we're somehow back to square one. So I would rather go up to OP5 bis as amended by myself and try yet again moving forward to accommodate the stone wall that we're hitting. And to say my last ditch attempt, I'm not sure I will be celebrated by my own group, but I'm willing to put myself out on a limb to help you, Mr. Chairman, to take additional language from the African group proposal and to say to consider the appropriate event for the, OP5 bis, fourth line after consider. Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman? I don't see any.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Continue.
Okay, so for the screenwriters, after consider, take in the appropriate event it's up. Sorry, screenwriters, it's up in OP5, not OP5 bis, I apologize. So in OP5 up there, in the fourth line after consider, the appropriate event for, no. Consider the appropriate event for the adoption of such declaration, include after declaration, comma, including the option of adopting it as one of. I have to say, if this is now still refused, I can only conclude that under no circumstances ever is the African group willing to consider the adoption of this declaration at UNEP at 50. If that's the case, I'd rather hear it now, because I think that would spare us very acrimonious debates for the rest of the year. But I trust that, as they have said, their mind is still open on whether they want to adopt it at that time. And that OP5 now makes it very clear that the UNGA will take the final decision, but that the option of adopting it as an outcome of the special session is one of the options that is on the table. I hope I was clear. Thank you.
Thank you, EU. Can I hear comments? Let's wait a couple of seconds for delegations to look closer into this recent development. And I thank the EU for its move. Thank you. I think we seem to be ready. I do hope that we can finalize this in a positive manner. I would like to thank everyone for their efforts and would now give the floor to South Africa on behalf of the African Group.
Thank you, Chair, for giving us some time to consult on this. Chair, I want to first of all indicate on behalf of my group that there should be a removal of any doubt that maybe we do not wish to take the agenda of UNGA 73/333 forward. You would recall that we were one of the groups that called so loudly for it to come to Nairobi, so we remain very much committed to this agenda. So, Chair, based on the proposal that is before us to merge OP5 with the EU's suggestion and the US suggestion, Chair, we believe that we have, in a way, noted that at least this proposal does not hurriedly put pressure on us to decide as UNEA on this matter, since we have not deliberated on it fully, and in this way allows for time, for us to consult, which is what we have been asking for us to consult, so that we are on the same level in this regard. So we really appreciate the fact that delegations have heard us on this and in allowing this. So in this regard, Chair, we believe that in principle, we can work with this language that is before us. However, we have heard of packages earlier, that there are packages, and we were inspired to also create our own mini package to say, we have seen this language, it is workable, can we move to the other OPs, especially OP9, since it was very much linked to this OP5, to indicate that one of our package is to have really the special session hosted for 2 days because of its prominence, and because we are yet really to decide on the program, and we should not limit ourselves too much that we regret having put it for 1 day. So here, OP9, we wish really to call for a special session to be convened for 2 days. And then, Chair, another a package, of course, we'll see it when we move to OP6. In OP6, we had put a reserve on that compromise by the contact group, while appreciating their efforts, because we just felt that it was now far removed from the idea of the extension. This now seems this proposal should inspire the discussions of the CPR, but not the language for this particular decision. So, Chair, can we move forward in that manner? And we thank you for hearing us and for giving us time. And we thank all the delegations, of course, for their continued discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, South Africa, speaking on behalf of the African Group. Can we scroll down to OP9, please? OP9. We would there clean the text for 2 days instead of a maximum of 2 days. That is what I understood was the proposal. Then we would clean 4/5. We would just have in March for 2 days in March. Please clean. Clean. In conjunction, stays. We do not hear any objections to that. Please remove that. Okay, so that would be OP9. Now OP6. OP6 bis, if I'm not mistaken. OP6 bis, remove the brackets, the reserve, the contact group, Bureau of CPR in mayúsculas, how do you say that? In capital, Bureau of CPR in capital. Okay, now move to the compromise proposed by European Union, supported by the US. So please delete all that is below OP5. Yes, delete agree that ref in the third line. Yes, the attributions there. Can I take it that the open-ended CPR can agree to L3 in the manner that is before you? USA followed by South Africa. USA, thank you for your patience. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to revert to OP9 on one point, which is to note that at one point the screen editors deleted the United States inclusion subject to the available of extra budgetary resources. I don't think with your asking, and certainly not without our, and it was done certainly without our consent. And we may be willing to reconsider that pending the Africa Group's decision regarding OP6 and the work that was done in the small group about the bureau and this perceived problem of WEOG encumbering two leadership positions. So I don't necessarily need to see the text on the screen right now on OP9, but I do want to reserve on this paragraph until we have a conclusion on OP6 regarding the bureau. Thank you.
Thank you, US. I will now hear South Africa. There is my proposal is for us to take the entire L3 in the manner that I presented. Please, South Africa, you have the floor. I hope we can count on your flexibility and that we can close L3 and move to its adoption and the rest of the work that needs to be done before we meet in the Joint Bureau. Please, South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. And I agree with the US on OP9 that I remember as a group we had asked what is the status of the latter paragraphs, but I was not sure whether we were deciding to delete them because we also had indicated there that if there is an inclusion of extra budgetary resources, we would rather revert to the language of decision 2 UNEA 4. So can we please go to OP6? Because I think we moved fast there. I just want to see how it looks like. Is on OP6, Chair, we have a proposal here because we feel the current OP6 as presented by the contact group takes away from the essence of this proposal. This proposal was based on the fact that COVID has happened, bureau members have been extended, and we are asking for further bureau members to be extended so that they finalize the way we are meeting now for UNEA 5, considering, Chair, that they would have started the process anyway next week. So now, while understanding that now this initial proposal has inspired some of the issues that have been there, and we agree that these issues then can be addressed during this CPR meeting, we do not want at the end of the day to see a proposal now that neglects the initial reason why this issue was brought to the fore. So our proposal now will be then to revise this OP6 bis to read, recommends that the CPR at its 154th meeting consider the possibility of extending the tenure or the term of office of the CPR, UNEP CPR Bureau. Okay, let me just read it and then we can revise it. Recommends that the CPR at its 154th meeting consider the possibility of extending the tenure of the CPR until, just put tenure and then we can revise it. Of the CPR until the conclusion of UNEA 5 Part 2. And consider, also a Part 2, comma, and consider, comma, in the appropriate context, comma, the cycle of term of office of the Bureau of CPR in relation to the Bureau of UNEA in a comprehensive manner. So basically, Chair, here we are saying that while the issue of extension has raised other issues, we should not forget that it was the reason why these issues were brought up in the first place. Thank you very much. And then, Chair, on OP5, of course, we will be guided by, sorry to intervene again, on OP5, its finalization will be guided by the reactions based on the packages.
Yes, South Africa, I respect your position, but I think that you are making a very significant change to a paragraph that was brought to me in the understanding that it had already benefited from extensive discussion. We spent a long time, maybe more than an hour or two, to discuss this, and now we seem to be at a very late hour back to where we were. Please, South Africa, I appeal to you to maybe reconsider this very extensive proposal that you are making. From what I understand, your concern is to reflect in the agreed document the exceptional circumstances that we are under. But I mean, it's okay. I will open the floor again on this, but I would really appeal to you, South Africa, and to your group to consider the language that was presented by the contact group. Can we have a look at your language, please? Yes. Can I hear if the other members of the contact group can react to this in a constructive manner so that we can close the discussion on this? I did not participate in this contact group. I am not aware of how this developed and now suddenly has grown enormously from the text that was brought to my attention. EU, please help us.
Chairman, it's quite unfortunate that we have to go back, but of course it's every group's right to raise issues. But I have to say I agree with you that the agreement on 6 bis was based on the fact that we would allow consideration of all matters regarding the cycle of term of office of the Bureau of the CPR in relation to the Bureau of UNEA. And without actually fixing us into a specific outcome. And I think the African group will understand that because they have just made that point so forcefully on the issue of the declaration pursuant to 73.333. So we would not be able to entertain that addition. While we're at that, I think since we are reopening parts of the text, I would have, if we'd have to discuss this further, I would have.
No, we are not opening anything, EU, please.
I'm just saying, I'm waiting for the reaction of the African group. If the African group wants to continue to discuss this, I think we have certainly issues that we would like to reopen with regard to the text.
Yes. So I will break for 5 minutes and appeal to the African group to please reconsider OP 6 bis and agree to the language that came out of the contact group. I understand that it probably did not find full consensus, but it is very late. I appeal to your flexibility. We are recommending that the CPR at its next meeting consider, in view of systemic problems in a comprehensive manner, the cycle of terms of office of the Bureau in relation to the Bureau of UNEA. So the mandate is given to the CPR to discuss this. I don't think we need to get too much into the details. There are delegations that are not ready to entertain this level of detail now. So we will get there, we will discuss that. Your delegation and all delegations will be able to express their positions, and I'm sure we will come to a successful understanding with more time. Now we have to conclude the OECPR, and this, I believe, allows us, gives the mandate to the CPR to examine the issue without precluding anything in the manner that it is before us. So I will ask you to show another expression of flexibility. Yes, and I have 2 speakers on my list. Please, I appeal to you for us to close in a successful manner the very complicated negotiations that we are undertaking in a virtual format and allow us to move to the conclusion of our plenary session in a very successful manner by concluding the rest of the agenda. Please, I implore you to show some flexibility at this very late stage. I have Algeria followed by South Africa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, for giving Algeria the floor. As you are well aware, Mr. Chairperson, and I will try to be very brief, Algeria was represented in the contact group. However, I was not personally. What I understand is that there was a very important effort to try and deliver something before the end of the meeting of this morning, and to go back to the room with something, an outcome by the contact group. Our feeling as Algeria is that it was an attempt to be helpful, while very convinced that it did not respond to the preoccupations that were at stake when this proposal was made to have the bureau extended. What we have now as the contact group proposal departs drastically from the initial idea of the proponent of the idea or the proposal of the extension of the tenure of the current bureau. So we are very much committed to help Mr. Chairperson and to heed your call for consensus. However, I think that, and without prejudice to what South Africa will say on behalf of the African group, that we can obviously, and you will understand, fully support this paragraph, even if we remain with the paragraph that was proposed by the contact group, has to be put in the context of the circumstances of the pandemic and the holding of the UNEA 5 in these special conditions, and also the extension of the bureau of the UNEA 5. For us, it cannot be taken in isolation, bearing in mind what you have mentioned, that then the CPR will maybe have to discuss, but this has to transpire from the draft. Thank you so much.
I understand, Algeria. May I then propose that we retain the language that came out of the contact group and reflect your concern and that of other delegations in the report of the OECPR, so that it will further inspire the discussions within the CPR on this issue. I have Brazil followed by South Africa.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor, Mr. Chairman. If you allow me to take 2 steps to take a look at the bigger picture, I believe that we have come a long way to where we are right now. We are working basically 1 extra day within the OECPR. All of us have been engaging intensely to achieve compromises in several paragraphs. We have already agreed on 2 draft decisions. We are very close to agreement on the current draft decision. And we're doing this in a virtual format, which is indeed challenging. And the fact that we are doing this on this limited set of decisions should already in itself be a huge indication of the commitment of all of us to a successful UNEA 5. I'm saying this, Mr. Chairman, because I believe that the current set of paragraphs that we have in front of us leaves all delegations equally uncomfortable, which is, to our vantage point, a measure to indicate that it seems a consensual text. So I would encourage all delegations to exercise their utmost flexibility and encourage them to accept the text as it has been put in front of us, because it emerged as a result of a fair, inclusive, and transparent process, despite the many challenges that we have indeed faced in virtual format, and reflects our firm commitment as a collectivity of member states to do the best we can for a successful UNEA 5.1. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the distinguished delegation of Brazil, and I give the floor to South Africa. Please, I appeal for brevity. We need to conclude this.
Thank you, Chair. I feel here on this paragraph, as Algeria has indicated, that maybe it was rushed through and an impression was created that it is a consensual language, even as the group put a reserve on it before we took a break. We had put a reservation on this. So we are coming back to that action of the reservation, and we are saying that initially the idea for this paragraph was to deal with the extension of the UNEP CPR Bureau based on how we are meeting for UNEA 5. So now to have that essence totally missing from the proposed paragraph is really something that we are finding very difficult to accept, because we thought that just as we had positively reacted to the OP5 that still remains open, we could find some, positive reactions also to this proposal, because we all agree that these are the processes not to be concluded here and to continue being discussed. But then we have UNEA 5 Bureau serving until 2022. So are we saying that we are going to conclude UNEA 5.1 not knowing the fate for UNEP CPR Bureau, the same UNEP CPR Bureau that is going to start the processes of UNEA 5.1? So, Chair, for us, really, that is the ideal. We are not saying we do not want these issues, comprehensive issues, to be discussed in a comprehensive manner, but we are saying then where does this leave this suggestion that was initially put to say we are recommending the extension? Or the UNEA 5 UNEA must give a green light for the extension of the UNEP CPR Bureau. So that is the essence, Chair. Thank you very much.
Well, that's understood. So let's see if we can find a way out. May I submit as a compromise, if the writers could put underneath OP6 bis the original language that came to me recommends that the CPR it's 157. Yeah, just copy and paste this whole. Yes, okay. Consider in view of all of that. Yes. And then we would put a comma, including the possibility of extending the mandate of the CPR Bureau until the conclusion of UNEA 5. Recommends that the CPR consider, in view of systemic problems, in a comprehensive manner, the cycle of term of office of the Bureau of CPR in relation to the Bureau of UNEA, including the possibility of extending the mandate of the CPR Bureau until the conclusion of UNEA 5. I hope this is something that everyone can be equally unhappy about. Can I hear comments? South Africa, are you comfortable with that?
Okay, Chair, I'm still considering the language. Can you please give me a few minutes? I have not asked for the floor yet. Thank you.
Okay. You were on my screen, so I thought you were ready to react. Can I hear other delegations, please? Is this something reasonable? Is EU ready to react? EU, please. Kindly, those delegations that have participated actively in this discussion, could you react to this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is pushing us to the limit, I have to say. And we are very close to a very perilous moment in the work of this open-ended CPR that you have chaired in such a masterful way, I'd like to say at this point. There are many things in this decision that we're deeply unhappy about. And I think you've been trying to distribute the unhappiness equally among participants. If we are to entertain this element of unhappiness in OP6, I think I would have to ask you to add some elements of unhappiness elsewhere. And I think I would have to go back to OP9, if I may. So I'll sort of, I think that in OP9, to balance the package, I would like to reintroduce in the third line for a maximum of 2 days. To explain, I think we give a lot of work to the bureaus and to the CPR. And I think that we want to retain the flexibility in view of the other discussions that we're having to decide at the end of the day how many days there will be for UNEP at 50. And we may welcome to the realization that we need 2 days, but maybe in the way we're working, we find out that at the end we only need 1 day. So I think we probably can go with the language that the African group is putting forward, but we have to balance it by the additional wording in OP9.
Thank you. Thank you very much, EU. That's very clear. Colleagues, if there are no other delegation requesting for the floor, we have now a proposal that we would bring in this element that the African group feels very strongly about in OP6 bis, and the proposal by the EU would be to accept this if we revert to the maximum of. Now, let's see if this is a package that the US can live with. Again, I would like to insist that we were very, very, very close to gaveling on L3 with the original compromise language that came to me that was not actually compromise, that was an effort of compromise on 6 bis. And we would additionally add the concerns of those delegations that took the floor on several occasions in regards to the matter of the CPR considering the possible extension of the mandate, and that would be reflected in the report. So these concerns would not be done away, but we would retain the package, the careful and discomfortable for everyone package that we were discussing until 15 minutes ago. But so I have these two before you, but of course we have to listen to the US. Maybe they have another approach to this issue, and I hope they can contribute to a successful and prompt solution. US.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's quite difficult to get into this issue without rehashing all of the arguments that have been made, and I don't want to do that, except to say that the understanding of the quote-unquote problem and any potential rationale to make a change, I just want to say that there are big differences. I think the fact that this proposal, which Malawi introduced last Friday, quite late in the game, and then which has required many hours of deliberation, certainly would be considered a substantive negotiation. And I think the very fact that the contact group's compromise language made it to where it was, it seemed to have endorsement from certainly all of the participants in the group, was a big win. And I would hope that the Africa group would consider that a big win, in that this issue, which was not on the CPR's agenda would now be prominently put there. We therefore see little reason to make further concessions on this issue, considering how much time has been spent. That said, we're willing to support the EU's proposal with the paragraph OP9. But again, we still maintain our reservation given the question of extra budgetary resources and a couple different iterations of therein. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Colleagues, I am increasingly concerned. We are moving back. We were very close. Please, we have to bring this to a closure. Switzerland, you have the floor, and I appeal to those delegations that are insisting in moving us away from the compromise that I put forward to please reflect on this as we seem to be slowly drifting away from agreement that was within our grasp. Yes, Switzerland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had the privilege to be part of this small group where we deliberated this question of OP6. And in my understanding, it was a good discussion, it was a sound discussion. We were listening to each other, and we heard the position of the colleagues from the African group. They had the chance to listen to us also. And I think we came out with something that really reflected the different views. And it was a language that will bring the issue forward, that will provide a space for to discuss this. And I like the proposal for the European Union, and I really would appeal to the colleagues from the African group to consider the good atmosphere, the good discussion, the sound exchange we had in our small group, and to accept the language that we have brought forward, as it was the understanding at the end of the small group meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. I see the Russian Federation coming in our support, I hope. Russia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We would like to support African group in the endeavor to keep the Bureau, because that's also understanding of the Russians that we shouldn't change the Bureau members and the Bureau setting in these difficult times. And African group has come a long way, just from the original language, which was very clear that we need to confirm. And we are simply postponing the discussion for the 154th session of the CPR. It means we'll discuss the matter again in same entirety of it. But we don't see the reason why this issue should be connected with length of the special session of UNE. There are two completely different things, and I think there is no link between them. So my suggestion would be, if African group is ready to accept a proposal made by you, Chair, for this kind of compromise text and language, we shouldn't connect this with this addition of maximum 2 days. Simply leave it as it was 2 days. That would be our proposal, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. South Africa, I again repeat my call that we take the compromise that I propose and we use the language that was before us and remain with the 2 days and use the compromise on 5. So please, South Africa, I appeal to you. Please accept the package. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. We just want to thank Russia for the comment that they have just made, because we are just also wondering why OP9 on the special session of UNEPED 50 that was agreed upon in UNEA 4/2 keeps being referred to or linked to some of these paragraphs, but I guess that is a discussion for another day. Chair, we are willing to compromise on this language on OP6. as per the inclusion in the latter part of including the possibility of extending the mandate of the CPR Bureau until the conclusion of UNEA 5. So in this regard, on OP9, then we wish to, can you please take me to OP9 so that I'm clear of what I'm saying? On OP9, then we would like to remove the language on the maximum of 2 days and just leave it at for 2 days. We hope, Chair, that in this way we have really shown our utmost flexibility on these paragraphs that remained open, which was OP9, OP6, and OP5. So, Chair, I submit. Thank you.
Okay. EU.
We were ready to go with OP6 as drafted by the contact group, together with OP6 as drafted as the outcome of our previous discussions, and that was the understanding upon which we entered into OP9. Changing OP6 in a way that now suits the African group means that the package is unbalanced. And I think that my South African colleague is an experienced negotiator and she knows what a package is. So I think that if the language goes in 6 bis, our language goes into 9. But we're happy to return to the original language of 6 bis, underlining that this opens the possibility for a full discussion at the 154th meeting of the CPR on the suitability, desirability, and feasibility of extending the mandate of the CPR Bureau until the conclusion of UNEA 5. Thank you.
Again, thank you to the European Union. Could I submit that we reflect in the report what we have just heard from the European Union, so that the delegations that feel very strongly about the need to recognize the possibility, the need to discuss the possibility of extending the mandate of the CPR Bureau until the conclusion of UNEA 5 are duly recognized in the report, and we adopt this L3 as initially proposed. We would, again, I reiterate, bring this into the report. We have heard the European Union indicate their willingness to engage in this discussion in the context of the 154th session of the CPR. We have just heard these delegations express their willingness to discuss that. We've heard from other delegations that are reluctant to accept an explicit reference to this in the L3, that they are willing that this be entertained in the next, in the context of the next meeting of the CPR. So your concerns are recognized and will be contained in the report, and that will ensure that the objective, the final objective of this, which is for this discussion to be held in the context of the next session of the CPR, is duly acknowledged, recognized, and this will happen. So the final objective, which is to discuss this and take a decision on this, will be undertaken. So with that, can I ask whether we can adopt L3 and submit it to UNEA 5 in virtual format for its adoption in the manner that I read with the original formulation that was read without this last amendment, including the possibility, etc. And with the other language, with the 2 days, everything as previously discussed. EU. Can I just have your, I would really like to avoid us getting into too many explanations at this late hour. Please agree or disagree.
Mr. Chairman, there's still variants of text on the screen. And I think we need to clean that up before we actually can adopt this, this decision finally, so that we all know exactly what we're adopting. That was only my point. Also, I think there is still an X in OP1 or 2 that we haven't addressed. So I think we need to clean up on screen the text of OP6 bis, so that we actually know what we're adopting, and to deal with the end date of UNEA 5.2 in the OP1 or 2 of this text. Sorry, to be sort of on detail here. Thank you.
Very well. So let's see if we can gavel on this. Please, screenwriters, delete OP3 bis. We would use recommends that the CPR, it's 154th, consider in view of systemic problems in a comprehensive manner the site. No, please. Just delete, including the possibility of extending the mandate of the Bureau. Yes. Now delete the language in OP6 bis. So OP6 would read as in bold. Take compromise out. Just compromise. Just the compromise, the word compromise in brackets. Thank you. Now let's scroll up.
Interpreters regret to announce that they will be leaving now.
So here, I would like some help from the Secretariat in terms of the dates. Are we talking about 4 or 5 March?
Depends on the decision of the dates of UNEA.
No, we are working with 2 days.
Can you please mute your mic?
So let's clean the text. Beginning from the first preambulous parts. Okay, so we have everything agreed there. So we have an X there. It's 28 February to 2 March, according to what I have. It's the 28th February is already there. 2nd of March. Right, that is what was proposed by the Secretariat. So we are talking, therefore, of a 3-day plenary followed by a 2-day special session, correct? Okay, so let's continue this scrolling down. Okay, let's continue. And invites the UNGA to consider the appropriate event for the adoption of such a declaration, including the option of adopting it as one of the outcomes of the special session of UNEA to commemorate the 50th anniversary, taking into account the results of the further consultations. Correct. Then we would go to 6, then 6 bis, as I have just read. 7, agreed. 8, agreed. And 9, we would have, please remove the brackets. Yeah. And we would therefore, I know that everybody has still to look at this, so I actually thank the EU because now we have a clear L3 text before us. I hope everybody is equally dissatisfied with it and that we can gavel on it. Can I submit for approval of the OECPR for adoption L3? So EU followed by Canada.
Can you hear me? We go back to 6 bis.
Six bis, please.
Yes. I think there's a loose end which doesn't belong there at the end. I think the 6 bis should end after to the Bureau of the UNEA, full stop. The language until the conclusion of UNEA 5 is a remnant of earlier text. Thank you.
Thank you for that. EU, Canada.
Thank you. We were going to make the same point. Thank you very much for the EU for catching up.
Thank you very much. Can I take it that the open-ended Committee of Permanent Representatives wishes to recommend this draft resolution for adoption by the United Nations Environment Assembly in the manner that is before you?
No comments.
I see no comments. It is so decided. I thank you very much for that. That leads us to finally move forward with our agenda in plenary. I sincerely thank you all for your active engagement. before we move to the final agenda item, may I ask if we can give the floor to the president? Can we check with Oslo if they are ready to intervene? If so, I will conclude. I wish to draw your attention to the president's proposal for a consensual message for online UNAIR 5. As you are aware, the president of UNAIR 5 shared a letter with a proposal of a revised draft consensual message for the online meeting of UNAIR 5 with all delegations last week. I am very pleased to invite the President of the United Nations Environment Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Sveinung Rotevatn, to give us an update on his proposal for a consensual message for UNAIR 5. Mr. President, very happy to have you with us, and I would like to invite you to take the floor. I hope you are with us after these long deliberations.
Då är det bara att... Det måste vi prata där.
I do note that the distinguished delegation of Mexico has requested for the floor. Before we, as we wait for the president to join us, I would like to give the floor to Mexico for a brief statement. Ambassador Erasmo Martinez, it is my distinct pleasure to give you the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate all the work you and all of our colleagues have been doing. I'd like to make a short statement of 3 minutes. I'd like to know whether you consider this the appropriate moment or you would like me to wait a little bit.
If you don't mind, Ambassador Erasmo, as we now have the president with us, if you could just wait a few minutes so that we can hear the briefing of the president, and I will give you the floor immediately following the consideration of agenda item 8. Before we conclude agenda item 8, I will give you the floor, Ambassador Erasmo Martinez. Thank you. And back to you, President. Very happy to see you and to have you with us.
Thank you very much, Chair, and congratulations on agreeing on your successful discussions today. I guess I should say good morning, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm very happy to be able to address you here. Sorry for my little delay, but now it's all set and it's good to go. And I know that you are working very hard on the draft decisions. I've been told that all delegations are being constructive and seeking solutions. And again, congratulations on agreeing on important topics. I wish that we were all in Nairobi together enjoying the benefits of an in-person meeting. Your success in finalizing decisions really sets the stage for a very successful UNEA next week. And for that, I pay tribute to you all. I also wish to recognize the courtesy and the collaborative spirit shown to me by the open-ended Committee of Permanent Representatives and its chair, Ambassador Fernando Coimbra. Thank you all for allowing me to report to this meeting about the status of my consultations about a message from the online UNEA. I will try to make it brief, considering the late hour. Let me first briefly recall why we embarked on the challenge of agreeing on a message from the upcoming meeting of the Assembly. We all agreed last autumn to postpone the substantive negotiations until the resumed session of UNEA 5 in early 2022. This because member states and civil society brought to our attention the realities of the very challenging terms of engagement in a virtual format. Therefore, we jointly agreed to come back to work on the resolutions as well as the ministerial declaration at the resumed session in 2022. We agreed that the most urgent task was to secure the necessary outcomes for UNEP's further work while looking ahead to the resumed session, and therefore to go forward with a virtual UNEA 5 Part 1. Still, it has been my consistent, strong feeling that we could not afford to miss a vital opportunity to send a joint message to the world now in February 2021. Thereby, we could make our voice heard at this time of multiple global crises. The environmental challenges are with us right now, right here, and more urgent than ever before. We cannot and must not be silent on environmental matters at this time. Rather, we must do what we can to lift these issues on the global agenda. We will also remind decision makers and citizens about the relevance of environmental protection and stewardship to avoid new pandemics and for improving prospects for sustainable development. At this point, it is my clear impression that most, if not all, member states may now be ready to grasp this opportunity that we have developed together to express something of value at this particular time. And it is my strong hope that member states now are ready to support the proposed message, as well as the modalities by which the Assembly will show its consensual support for. And if we can do that, I think that you will, like me, find the effort a source of contentment. Because in an extraordinary situation, we have shown the world there is common ground between us. We have been willing to identify where that common ground is. And we can recognize shared purpose, even though we are not able to sit in the same room. I would like to recognize and express my appreciation to all those member states that have been consistent in their support of this undertaking. And I will also profoundly thank those that had reservations at the beginning, but have developed their position in parallel with our efforts to provide comfort for their important concerns. In conclusion, I believe that we, through this process, have identified shared middle ground on which we are able to agree. I also thank the Secretariat for its strong legal and governance advice regarding the modalities of endorsement and for clarifying the formal status of the message through a footnote, which I described in my letter last week. And this means that I can confidently ask you to welcome my intention to forward this message to the Assembly, with the understanding that it does not constitute a negotiated outcome of UNEA 5 and shall not set a precedent for either its resumed fifth session or any of the Environment Assembly's subsequent sessions. All this amounts to a significant multilateral effort, in itself a testament to the fact that we are indeed strengthening UNEP and its assembly by our work. The global solidarity and cooperation of the United Nations remains strong and a prerequisite for us to face the global challenges that we must face. It has been a learning experience, and we must expect that in the future we shall again be required to collaborate innovatively to find other workable solutions to yet different global conditions. Let me finally connect a few short remarks on the content of the message. Some of you may reasonably express disappointment or reservations about not having found your valuable inputs reflected. While several inputs would surely have enriched a longer text, the sum of them would have made this one-page message too long and complex for its limited purpose. Changing a lot to improve a little would have reduced the prospect of agreement. We have made some adjustments based on our consultations with you to make the text align better with the agreed scope. On this basis, I hope we may proceed towards UNEA with added clarity and shared direction. Again, I thank you for your time and for your cooperation. I sincerely hope that you will be able to accept this proposal for a message from the first part of UNEA 5 so that we can show the world that we are here, that we are engaged, and that we are ready to continue our efforts for the environment. Therefore, I ask the OECPR to welcome my attention to present this message for final consideration and possible endorsement by the UN Environment Assembly. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency, the President of UNEA 5, His Excellency Mr. Sveinung Rotevatn, for his briefing. Are there any delegations who wish to take the floor with regard to what we have just heard by the President? The floor is open. Argentina wishes to take the floor. Argentina, you have the floor.
Hello? Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you, Ambassador Bustillo.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, Mr. President, UNEA, as a general consideration, Argentina was not in the idea to move forward with a political message, taking into account that the online UNEA meeting will not deal with substantive issues, and there is no negotiation channel for it. But as sign of flexibility, we have engaged constructively, making clear that this outcome will not be legally binding for the state parties, and the message does not generate precedents for the substantive negotiations that will take place at the resume session of UNEA in 2022 and other multilateral fora, as we heard recently for you. We appreciate that. We have seen that these some considerations have not been taken into account in the document and the letter circulated the last 10th of February. Regarding the paragraph of the message, Mr. President, we would like to see included our proposal that mentions that the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and the provision of means of implementation to developing countries are especially important in the context of the devastating global effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We request that this consideration be duly reflected in the minute of the meeting. And we thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador Bustillo. Is there any other delegation that is requesting for the floor? Is there any delegation? No? No more delegations. So I would like to please revert back to the President to maybe respond to the comments that we've just heard from Argentina. You have the floor, Mr. President.
Can you hear me? I think so. Hopefully. Good. Well, I'd like to thank the representative from Argentina for your comments, and I take note that you, as quite a few countries, have been hesitant to endorse such a message, as there will be difficult conditions for actual negotiations at the Digital Assembly. Nevertheless, it's good to hear that you are willing to show some flexibility, and that in the interest of us all moving forward, seem to be open to the idea of actually adopting a message. Now, I recall that I think we got a lot of input from Argentina in this process, and we've been trying to take your valuable input into account. For example, when it comes to taking note of the green recovery. Now, whether there is room for even more changes to the message, I have to say it would be, at this point, probably difficult to find a consensus if we are to, what should I say, discuss even more changes to it. We think that this represents the best common ground, hopefully. But I've taken note of your input at this point as well, and I thank you again for having the will to show some flexibility, and hopefully that we can agree on a common message.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. And now I see Egypt and Poland requesting for the floor. I would like to hopefully close the list after these two speakers so that we can proceed with our conclusion of our plenary. Thank you very much. The floor is to Egypt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I hope I'm audible. I've tried switching my camera on as well. Not sure if that's kicked in yet. In any case, I would also like to extend my thanks to the President. It's great to have you with us today, and we appreciate you taking the time to explain to us the progress made with regard to the messages. And also to express appreciation to the UNIA presidency, to yourself, of course, and to the entire team for the constructive outreach and engagement that has continued since the very beginning of this proposal of having messages. Having said all that, Mr. President, and Chair, of course, I would just like to say that initially, our delegation was also a little bit cautious about the idea of adopting messages at the ministerial level, for obvious reasons pertaining to the difficulty of, or the impossibility of having proper substantive negotiations through virtual platforms. And our meetings over the past couple of days within the context of the OECPR, have demonstrated that virtual negotiations can never replace or substitute real engagements face to face. Even though, of course, we've made progress and we commend that in the OECPR discussions, I think that many issues remain, and I think that just these very basic decisions took immense efforts to conclude. So this is very important to keep in mind. In any case, we feel that the messages are a constructive proposal. We think we can move forward on that basis. We just had a very small comment regarding the mention of the last version, I believe, of certain tracks of the work streams related to UNEA, and specifically, I believe the reference was to the GEO and to the marine litter and microplastics issue. We believe that in keeping in line with the language agreed in the draft decision on the MTS Program of Work and Budget, that the messages can remain quite particular tracks in order to avoid giving the impression that we are giving precedence or establishing some sort of a hierarchy with regard to the UNEA work streams, which are all, of course, very important. Thank you very much once again, Chair, for giving me the floor, and to our UNEA President. Once again, great to see you, and of course, fantastic to see our ED as well. And apologies for not acknowledging you as well earlier in my remarks. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we have Poland, followed by the EU, followed by South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. I would like to start by stating that I do what I will say right now. I'm not speaking as a representative of my country. It happened that I was the only ambassador, especially permanent representative, who took part in the Youth Assembly. That was last weekend. And I took part in it. It was several hours, extremely interesting. And as the result, I was asked by the group to propose an insertion in the message. Obviously, there is no time for changing, and I totally agree there is no time to change the message now, but I have to fulfill the promise I made to my young friends, and I just want to read what they suggested, maybe for consideration in the future. It's just 3 lines. I hope you will allow me to do so. And the suggested addition reads, recognizing that children and youth are the agents of change, as well as the need to empower constituencies of young people in the multilateral fora for the environment, while underscoring the role of environmental education in strengthening actions for nature to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you very much. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you very much. EU.
The political message to come from the online UNEA 5. And we would like to thank you for your tireless efforts in order to reach consensus around the message from the online session of UNEA 5 that adequately underlines the urgency of the environmental challenges in the current pandemic situation. Although, like others before me, I have to say that the current message does not meet our full expectations, since in order to achieve consensus, many of our substantive comments were not taken on board. We are more than willing to accept it in a spirit of compromise and considering the relevance of UNEA to stand up as the global environmental authority and to convey its messages to the world, something that is particularly vital in the current global context. We therefore would like to reiterate our full support to your efforts to mobilize the full membership to adopt this message, which strengthens the role and visibility of UNEA, UNEP, and Nairobi as the global capital on the environmental dimension of sustainable development, and hope that this message can go forward from the meeting of UNEA 5 next week. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much, Minister.
South Africa, please.
We acknowledge the ED as well. Thank you for this opportunity. I think in the last Bureau meeting, we also mentioned some of the issues that we will mention here again today with regard to the message emanating from UNEA 5.1. I'd like to support what Egypt has said with regard to specific areas, and we'd like to keep it to thematic areas. That is some of the input that we provided as South Africa. We did receive a response as to why the preference is to still have them included. But our preference would still be not to only handpick some of those areas and rather keep them more broader. And I think one other issue that we would just like to raise is the welcome part of your note to say that this cannot be used for any future negotiations, etc., because it has not been intergovernmentally agreed. But we think that there's a reference to in UNEA to that. We'd also like to broaden that to say cannot be used in other negotiations as well, not only within UNEA, but if it's taken to other fora because it's not agreed text. Other than that, in the spirit of compromise, as mentioned by the colleague in EU, I think consensus is reached where not everyone is happy and everyone is equally unhappy. We can move forward with the proposal with those two caveats that we would like to put on the table there. I thank you.
Okay, we have Kenya. Yes, I see. I've been informed that we have Costa Rica followed by Kenya. So Costa Rica, please, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. President. Costa Rica, once more, urges to acknowledge the importance that this message during UNEA 5 represents for strengthening the role and work of UNEP. Costa Rica supports the UNEA President's message and considers that the content satisfies most positions expressed by member states in a very general basis. However, Costa Rica would have most definitely wished for a more ambitious message during this vital opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kenya is the last speaker on my list. Please, Kenya, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I'll put on the camera. Takes a little time to come on, but thank you very much, Chair, Mr. President. Welcome to Nairobi. I must apologize for taking part in two meetings. We have our side event that is going on right now, and that is going on very successfully. And now that that's going on, I thought it's important that we come here and welcome the President and say that we welcome the message from right from the beginning. Kenya really, I'd say that even though we were in the African group and we had certain reservations initially as a group, but nevertheless, as host government, we really wanted a message to go out from Nairobi. We wanted to show that despite and despite of this challenge that we have of COVID, that the work that we have continued to do can be seen, and that that UNEP has shown resilience, and that Nairobi has remained working on the issues of the environment, and especially to show that the work of environment, particularly the work that we're doing now, becomes more important in the face of this pandemic. So we thank you very much. We welcome the message, and we will continue supporting to work with you. We particularly are pleased today because of the work we have been doing this whole day. It's not been easy. It's not been easy at all, but we will come up with some compromise, and I believe the multilateral work that we do is in the spirit of compromise and giving and taking. And I want to thank all our partners who we have been negotiating with, my group, all of them. And I want to say that we look forward to the next part of our meeting. But thank you very much, Chair and Mr. President. Thank you very much.
I thank Ambassador McKenna for her statements on behalf of the Kenyan delegation, permanent representative of Kenya to UNEP. And now I revert back to South Africa. Maybe South Africa is going to speak on behalf of the African group. In any case, South Africa, back to you.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me the floor, and we wish to welcome the President of UNEA 5 to this meeting and to thank him for the presentation that he has just made. I am indeed honored to deliver this intervention on behalf of the African Group. Mr. President, the African Group wishes to thank you for your presidency and your tireless efforts thus far throughout this tenure so far, despite the significant and unprecedented challenges we have all faced as a result of COVID-19. We have taken note of your letter that you have circulated, and we are, of course, as this group, not against the release of a message during the virtual session of UNEA 5 in February 2021. We wish to recall our long-standing position that in order to ensure inclusivity and collective ownership of all outcomes, no negotiations should be held on this message. The group also wishes to emphasize that UNEA 5 is one assembly with one ministerial declaration to be negotiated according to established practice. We welcome the language, of course, on the fact that this message cannot be used as a negotiating document, including in other related or relevant meetings as previously stipulated. And it is understood that the adoption of such messages is an exceptional case arising from exceptional circumstances. Chair, lastly, the African Group recognizes that the message can be concluded without referring to substantive matters that have the potential to lead to negotiating. Without listing a few resolutions in the message, we believe that a common approach can be reached by either highlighting thematic areas or just focusing our discussions on achieving sustainable development and eradicating poverty. Chair, I wish to also indicate or bring to the attention of the presidency that in the paragraph under the adjournment resolution, we have managed to remove the listing of languages. So I hope that, the listing of resolutions. So I hope that in the same spirit that exercise or action can be taken with this situation of the messages. We thank you very much.
Thank you, South Africa, speaking on behalf of the African Group. That concludes my list of speakers. I don't know if the President wishes to say a few words in response to the many comments that we have just heard. I see him nodding, so I would like to give him the opportunity to say a few words in response to the many interventions that we have just heard. Back to you, President.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your interventions and your valuable comments and input. Just a few brief comments from my part. A few of you mentioned the reference to the marine litter mandate in this message, and that this amounts to an expression of undue priority of one issue over others. This reference acknowledges the existing work stream on marine litter, as well as on the future of the Global Environment Outlook, which was decided at UNEA 4. And these work streams have a specific mandate to take action at this UNEA. Now, many delegations have asked for a much stronger reference, but it is my assessment as president that this very factual and brief reference remains the most balanced compromise and the shared common ground on which it can agree. There were a number of other concerns that were raised during this session that I have certainly taken note of, and I should also point out that, of course, all concerns that have been raised will be noted in the report from the meeting. Now, as I mentioned in my statement, this draft obviously cannot satisfy everyone's priorities. That would require negotiations, which we don't have the opportunity to do. But I am nevertheless very happy that that so many of you voiced your support and that you were happy to accept this proposal in the spirit of compromise. I think that is very welcome, and I would also like to finally just reiterate my sincere belief that I think agreeing on some sort of consensual message at this UNEA Part 1 is vital to show the relevance of UNEA, to show that amidst a global pandemic we still are able to focus on the many ongoing crises in the world, the importance of fulfilling the SDGs, etc. So I think that hopefully this is something that can be agreed by member states and find some sort of consensus. And I think that will set us up for a even more successful UNEA 5 Part 2. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think that concludes our consideration of and our deliberations on and discussions on agenda item, on your briefing. So thank you very much, and thank you for your support of UNEP and of its headquarters in Nairobi. Distinguished delegations, in light of what we have heard, do I take it that the open-ended Committee of Permanent Representatives wishes to take note with appreciation of the intention of the President to present this draft message for consideration by the United Nations Environment Assembly, with the understanding that it does not constitute a negotiated outcome of UNEA 5 and shall not set a precedent for either its resumed fifth session or any of the Environment Assembly's subsequent sessions? I hear no objections. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President, again, for participating in this OECPR and briefing us on your efforts. Maybe we can move on so that we can have our joint bureau meetings. So with that, thank you again, Mr. President, and I understand that the distinguished Ambassador of Mexico had requested for the floor for a brief message and brief intervention. So, Ambassador of Mexico, you have the floor.
Es que necesito un mute aquí.
Yes.
¿Ya está?
You're on, Mexico.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And considering that the Minister Protebant might be still with us, I like to warmly greet him and inform him that Mexico is very pleased with the draft political messages that he presented us, and we are really very pleased to support them as presented. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity. Mexico has been following the events during the open-ended CPR meeting closely and wishes to express great satisfaction for having achieved the necessary consensus to approve the 3 decisions at hand and moving forward to ensure the adequate operation of UNEP. We thank the Executive Director and her team for having provided us with a medium-term strategy and program of work that allows all to work in a more effective way to properly address the 3 environmental crises the Executive Director outlined and to reach the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs. We also thank the Chair for his stamina and determination to lead us to a successful first UNEA 5. Mr. Chairman, Mexico is looking forward to the celebration of UNEP at 50 in 2022 in its headquarters in Nairobi. This event shall showcase the work that has been done in the last 5 decades and will highlight the urgency of focusing on the environment agenda and will give us guidance to where we intend to go in the decades to come. The celebration shall strengthen the only UN headquarters in the Global South. And at the same time, I'd like to say that we strongly support and thank Sweden and Kenya's initiative of carrying out a celebration of the 50th anniversary of the United Nations Conference on the Human Environment in Stockholm in June 2022. We hope to reach a successful consensus agreement on this topic in New York soon. Regarding the General Assembly Resolution 73/333, Mexico is in favor of adopting the political declaration that needs to be prepared in the best framework possible, due to the fact that it will be a milestone for the future of the organization. We are aware that negotiations will be difficult, considering the views expressed during the past negotiations carried out under the working group created according to Resolution 72/277 towards a global pact for the environment. We regret that throughout the discussion regarding the preparation of the political declaration as mandated in Resolution 73/333, the importance of making good use of the intersessional period between the assemblies has not been considered at any time. The CPR is completely qualified to carry out these negotiations. As a matter of fact, we already count with 2 co-facilitators who are leading the discussions and negotiations on this topic. For this reason, Mexico requests to consider starting an intense and focused process to comply with our mandate of preparing at UNEA 5 the above mentioned political declaration. So far, the work carried out in this regard has been insufficient, and unfortunately, that doesn't contribute to the strengthening of UNEP's mandate. Mexico is willing to participate in a constructive manner in the negotiations that will take place on this matter. I would like to end this intervention, Mr. Chairman, with a reflection on the exercise at hand. The process of decision approval in the session that is concluding today has clearly shown the need for a better use of the intersessional period, a subject that was discussed at length for almost 2 years during the CPR review process. We need time for an in-depth discussion of resolutions and decisions, as well as other very relevant documents as the declaration that I have just referred to, and the other ministerial declaration that we still have to be considering for UNEA 5 on the topic that we approved in order to avoid leaving important matters for last-minute discussions. For our delegation, it's indispensable to begin this discussion as soon as possible. That is, as soon as the decisions and resolutions are presented. That is the best way to strengthen UNEP's mandate and its relevance, as well as a transparent, inclusive, and democratic participation of the membership. I really thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished Ambassador of Mexico for his intervention. Before I conclude consideration of agenda item 8, I would like to request that Mr. Laguna make a statement related to the recent adoption of L1 with in regards to financial implementation of some of the issues addressed in that L1. So, Mr. Laguna, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair and distinguished delegates. Congratulations on the excellent progress achieved. I will be very brief. Nevertheless, I have to deliver an oral statement by the Secretariat in connection with the draft resolution UNEP/EA.5/L1 entitled Medium-Term Strategy for 2022-2025 and Program of Work and Budget for the Biennium 2022-2023, which, as is well aware and reflected in the records of this meeting, has thus been recommended for UNEA for its adoption. The present statement is made in accordance with Rule 153 of the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly and Rule 28 of the Rules of Procedure of the United Nations Environment Assembly. Under the terms of draft resolution UNEP/EA5/L1, the United Nations Environment Assembly would approve the medium-term strategy for the period 2022-2025 and the program of work and budget for the biennium 2022-2023. Implementation of the medium-term strategy for the period 2022-2023 and the proposed program of work and budget for the biennium 2022-2023 as contained in documents UNEP/EA.5/3, which will be issued in a revised mode, therefore with an asterisk next to it, and UNEP/EA.5/3 Addendum 1, which will also be issued in a concurrent manner with the previous document, would result in the realignment of the programmatic structure of UNEP within its existing mandates as follows. A. Subprogram 1, the renaming of the subprogram from climate change to climate action. B. Subprogram 2, small letter 1. The current subprogram 2, resilience to disasters and conflicts, would no longer be a standalone subprogram, and its activities would be mainstreamed into the other subprograms. Small letter 2. In its place, a new subprogram entitled Digital Transformations, which would function as an enabling subprogram within the existing mandates of UNEP, would be established. I move to letter C. Subprogram 3, the renaming of the subprogram from Healthy and Productive Ecosystems to Nature Action. Small letter D. Subprogram 4, no change. Small letter E. Subprogram 5, the renaming of the subprogram from Chemicals and Waste and Air Quality to Chemicals and Pollution Action. Small letter F. Subprogram 6, the renaming of the program from Resource Efficiency to Finance and Economic Transformation. And small letter G. Subprogram 7, the renaming of the subprogram from Environment Under Review to, I quote, Science Policy. Having read this, should the United Nations Environment Assembly adopt draft resolution UNEP/EA5/L1, the above-mentioned realignment from the programmatic structure, along with a related realignment of existing resources on a net zero impact basis to the regular program budget, would be presented in the proposed program budget for 2022, which would then be considered by the General Assembly during its main 76th session, as per the established budgetary procedures. Lastly, I wish to remind all delegates, and this is the important point of this statement, that accordingly, the adoption of the draft resolution UNEP/EA 5/L1 would not entail any additional budgetary implications to the regular budget. That concludes the oral statement that I have to deliver in accordance with our rules of procedure. As delegates are aware, we distributed this document yesterday to all delegations so that you can duly take note of it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Laguna, for your oral presentation. Distinguished delegations, I would just like to remind that we have now come to the end of agenda item 8. We have successfully agreed upon and adopted and recommended for adoption by United Nations Environment Assembly documents contained in UNEP/EA.5 L1, L2, and L3, thus enabling us to successfully conclude the task that was before the OECPR. Thus, I believe we are in a position to conclude consideration of agenda item 8. Thank you very much. We will now, wait 1 second. Okay, I see Secretariat has brought to my attention that the Children and Youth major group wishes to make a brief statement before I conclude agenda item 8. So I kindly request that the Children and Youth group make a brief statement. We have to move to the joint bureau meeting. It is very late, so but I look forward to hearing you. You have the floor, Ms. Christiane Zakur.
Thank you, Chair. I know we are strapped for time, but thank you. Member states, delegates, colleagues from around the world. I am Christiane Zakur from Trinidad and Tobago, speaking for the Children and Youth Major Group to UNEP. We thank you for giving us this opportunity to address the OECPR and share recommendations from the youth constituency. In conjunction with UNEA 5 and OECPR, we are organizing the Global Youth Environment Assembly, taking place virtually. The first segment concluded on the 12th and 13th of February, and the next segment will take place from 18th to 20th later this week. The theme of the Youth Assembly is Act for Nature, Act with Youth, underscoring the importance of co-leadership and involving the young generation in the environmental process right from the inception phase. As the UN Environment heads to its 50th anniversary and the UN has just commemorated its 75th anniversary, we as the youth constituency want you to focus attention on substantial political progress, especially given this fact that many of the goals set 50 years ago are still being achieved. Our generation was not born when UNEP was created or when Rio 1992 took place, and yet here we are living with the consequences of decisions made back then. Those are the least responsible for the ecological crisis, including the children of the world, are on the front lines, and here we are asking you our rights and claiming spaces that belong to us. Celebrating the findings set out in the 2020 emissions gap report, but not dismissing the grave risks that we face in terms of climate, we are not on track to meet the 1.5-degree targets. We call upon you to revise your nationally determined contributions, adhere to the land degradation neutrality targets, and work towards an ambitious post-2020 biodiversity framework later this year. The recovery for COVID-19 has to be sustainable, green, and also equitable to the needs of the younger generation. The medium-term strategy of UNEP has laid foundations for coherent actions across climate, pollution, and nature. We find it of utmost importance that the first session of UNEP delivers on procedural work, like the MTS and the Programme of Work, which is crucial to allow for ongoing projects and the work of the UNEP Secretariat to continue in an orderly fashion. We call upon UNEP and its member states to partner with the major groups and stakeholders, including rights holder groups, communities that are underrepresented across the programmatic work, recognizing that citizen and youth participation is still organized in different ways in different countries. On Stockholm Plus 50, we welcome the draft paper prepared by the host country and references to youth engagement enshrined in it. The role of sustainable consumption and production and SDG 12 needs to be strengthened. We call upon member states to work towards the post-2022 SCP framework. Children and Youth Major Group and Science and Technology Major Group will be leading a UNEP at 50 task force to produce a flagship report led by major groups called the UNEP We Want. which will be made available to member states within this year as input to UNEA 5.2 and UNEP at 50 commemoration. Over the course of the Youth Assembly and in the months leading up to UNEA, we have carefully listened to children and youth groups across the world, taking into account their inputs. We call upon strengthening the role of children and youth in the environmental governance spaces, ensuring their voices are heard. Crucial support is provided to the youth groups in low and middle income countries, which continue to be systematically underrepresented. In light of this, we call for interested member states to draft and endorse a resolution on youth engagement and intergenerational equity in the lead up to UNEA 5.2. It is time to translate our words into action. Act for nature, act with youth. We need to meet young people where they are. Children and youth organize in different manners, right from community-based organizations, grassroots movements, to regional and international networks. Meaningful youth engagement has to be mainstreamed across environmental governance. Children and youth are not just your social media retweets or ornaments to tick the box. It is a generation that needs to be empowered. We have made some great strides with the launch of Chemicals and Waste Youth Platform, UN Decade Strategy, and others, but this is not enough. We are calling upon member states to establish a trust fund on youth engagement to be administered together with the youth constituency to make means of implementation a reality. Act for nature, act with youth. We are also calling upon the role and mandates of UNEP and UNEA to be strengthened further. The UN Environment Programme has to be a docking station for the environmental dimension of the 2030 Agenda with a one UN approach, driving coherence and strengthening the work of MEAs. We want UNEP and UN agencies to divest from taking funding from hydrocarbon and fossil fuel companies, while noting the importance to engage such groups in dialogue. Dear delegates, we also want to take this opportunity to highlight the need to ensure safe and protected spaces for young people to engage peacefully in all aspects of environmental advocacies, which include food security, climate change, and well-being. We are deeply concerned, and we also condemn inappropriate legal actions that continue to be taken against youth advocates. We need you to ensure a safe space for the younger generation. Our advocacies and commitments are towards a better and greener future, strengthening our statement with Building Back Better. What better way to support young people in these trying times than with this? We congratulate the tremendous leadership demonstrated by Madam Executive Director, UNEP colleagues, UNEA 5 Presidency, and Member States in convening this meeting. We are making history, and we hope this sets precedent for the intergovernmental work to continue virtually. Finally, as a youth constituency, we are advocating for young people that are not with us, that don't speak perfect English, those that don't go to schools, the young girls that suffer domestic violence, young migrants, young people living in extreme poverty. I quote from a consultation on the UN World Youth Report, "I feel powerless because this crisis is caused by groups I have no influence on." The solutions are there. We will end here by saying, as a youth constituency, we say this success is chalked for our planet's environments. We will end here by saying, as a youth constituency, we say the successes chalked for our planet's environment are minimal as compared to what needs to be achieved based on voluminous past recommendations. We want you to step up political will and do what is right. Act for nature, act with youth. Thank you all.
I thank the distinguished representative of Children and Youth Major Group for the statement that concludes consideration of agenda item 8. Thank you very much. Let's now move to adoption of the chair's summary, agenda item 9. I wish to draw your attention to now this agenda item. A draft chair's summary has been shared by the Secretariat early this afternoon. I suggest that we adopt this draft summary report in the understanding that it will be, of course, amended to incorporate the deliberations that took place this afternoon, important deliberations that took place this afternoon. This revised version of the report will be circulated tomorrow, and with that, we will be able to fulfill the responsibility that was before the OECPR May I ask if there is any delegation wishing to take the floor on the current report, which we will adopt in the understanding that it will be updated to incorporate the comments that happened this afternoon. Do we have any delegation requesting for the floor? I see none. So we have adopted the chair's summary in the understanding that it will be amended and adopted. Thank you very much. It is so decided. Does the ED wish to intervene under this agenda item? No, before the end. Okay, so let's move. I see Mr. Laguna wishing to expedite matters, which I warmly welcome. So we have now moved to any other matters. Does any delegation wish to take the floor on any other matters? I see no delegation raising the wishing to take the floor. So thank you very much, distinguished delegations, delegates. Thank you all very much for the hard work, for the camaraderie, for the spirit of compromise that you have shown in the past 3 days. Before we close, allow me to give the floor to Madam Inger Anderson, Executive Director of UNEP, for a few closing remarks before we close this meeting and move to the next round, which will be the joint bureau meeting. So, Madam Inger, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and to you, my strong and warm appreciation. Excellencies, colleagues and friends, I will be very fast, but I could not let this OECPR, my first, pass without just saying a few words to express my deep thanks. First to you, Chair, for the extraordinary leadership and patience that you have shown and leadership in getting us to the conclusion, but also to all delegations for the outcome of this very unique first ever, and may it be the last, online meeting of an open-ended meeting of the permanent representatives. Your hard work, thanks to that, and with this unwavering support of my colleagues in the Secretariat, and thanks to the efforts of the many delegations, we've managed to reach this consensus on the 3 important decisions for adoption, and indeed also heard from the President on the joint on the message from ministers at UNEA. So despite the challenges that we face, we've not let those hold us back. We've just experienced another example of UNEP and how we and our governing bodies remain both equipped and willing to deliver and make progress. We are staying in business. I said this when we first went into lockdown, and I say it now, even at the time of global pandemic. The discussion throughout these 3 days has been rich and at times obviously complex, as you said. And while the technology hasn't exactly worked in our favor as always, it has been helpful and shows the commitment that you have all exhibited. But Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, the world is watching as these 3 planetary crises are negatively impacting the lives of people, lives which have been further undercut by the scourge of the COVID-19 pandemic. And as we are about to face the next 50 years, it's critical that the world's global environmental authority looks into the future boldly and with a vision and ambition and with strategic direction. And as a result of our work during the past year, we have in this OECPR taken a giant step towards a successful online UNEA 5 with the approval of our medium-term strategy and program of work and budget, as well as a decision outlining a clear and ambitious pathway towards a resumed UNEA 5 in February 22, as well as an impactful and powerful celebration of UNEP at 50. Let me therefore express my sincere appreciation to all delegations for the spirit of compromise and for the constructive guidance, allowing UNEP and UNEA to move ahead on several fronts. It wasn't given when we began this journey of lockdown back in March. But here we are, providing valuable guidance, not only to UNEP, but also to key strategic processes, such as the resumed UNEA 5 and the consultations under the General Assembly 73333 and Unibet 50. So again, let me end by especially thanking you, Chair. I have wished to see people bringing you coffee. I have not seen that. I wish to, so I do apologize, but I want to express my deep appreciation for your tireless efforts and for your very able leadership to lead us through this long and productive meeting and keeping us on the right track towards our first ever online UNIA next week. I look forward to meeting everyone next week at UNIA 5. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Inge, for your kind words in addressed to me, and of course I make mine also your congratulations to the entire team. I must do justice to Jorge. He was very kind to bring me a cup of coffee. That was many hours ago, but still it was it helps me. It was very useful to survive the OECPR. So again, colleagues, I just want to say a few words to recognize the exceptional work done by the screenwriters and by the whole. Yes, they were absolutely key for us to get where we were. Very sharp, always reacting very fast. So thank you very much. This is always a very important ingredient to have this good atmosphere that we had in these three consultations. I also want to recognize Stadler, as usual, with very good advice. I think also help us move forward. So claps for Stadler. And claps for Jorge and Ulf, who did a brilliant work here. And clap to the two ladies of UNEP, Inge and Joyce. Thank you, the both of you, for all the political support that we've had in the course of these deliberations. So I think we've done it. Let's move to the next round. Are we meeting? Is there going to be a joint bureau meeting?
Yes, they're waiting to celebrate with you. We just need to adjourn.
Okay, so let's adjourn quickly this meeting and get the next round going. Thank you all. The meeting adjourned. I think we have done our homework. We've now ready to take all this to UNEA. So thank you all again. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you all that are still with us. Bye-bye. I can conclude this here. Yes.